Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning. Once from our Sufi, the Managing Director of Yayasan Hasana and Trustee of Yayasan Hasana. Tuan Haji Adam Muhammad Said, Trustee of Yayasan Hasana. Dato' Nur Rahman, Trustee of Yayasan Hasana. Cik Nur Hidayah Hassan, Head of Scholarship of Yayasan Hasana. And Cik Daniel Rahman, CEO of Asian Strategic of Leadership Incorporated, ASTI, Ms. Felicia Liu, co-founder and financial controller of Paris Family, Dr. Azrudi Mustafa, founder and managing director of Clean Energy Expeditions, Synergy, and a Hazanah Global alumnus, Dr. Rashidi Muhammad, consultant in family medicine and senior lecturer of University of Malaysia, and a Hazanah alumnus, Mr. David Chiu Hong Liang, AI research engineer at Payment Network Malaysia, PayNet, and also a Hazanah alumnus, distinguished guests, respected speakers, Hazanah scholars, alumni, and our friends from PMB, veterans, and BNL. Welcome to the Yayasan Hazanah ILMU Circle Following for and Alumni Connect 2025. My name is Faisal Yasman, a Hazanah scholar, and currently pursuing my Bachelor of Law at University of Malaysia. It is truly an honor to be a Master of Ceremonies for today. This program brings together scholars and alumni across generations, united by a shared purpose to learn, to reflect, and to strengthen our commitment to leadership and nation building. To officially open our program, it is my great pleasure to invite Yang Musafa, Wan Siti Kamaria Al-Nasuki, the Managing Director of Yayasan Hasana and Trustee of Yayasan Hasana, to deliver for opening remarks. Wan Siti Kamaria has been instrumental in advancing purpose-driven leadership and social impact initiatives across Malaysia. May I now invite Yang Musafa, Wan Siti Kamaria Al-Nasuki to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. How are you today? How's everyone? We came from the furthest geographical location in Malaysia today of the world. Anyone from Sabah, Sarawak? Tak ada kan? Okay, ini tak ada. Kelantan, Terengganu? Tak ada. Semua everyone from KL Selangor today. Mostly. Okay, alright. So on behalf of Yayasan Hazanah, it is my great honor to welcome all of you to the ILMU Circle Following for and Alumnus Connect 2025. I extend a special and heartfelt welcome and thanks to Dato' Nora who's coming a bit later. Trustee of Yayasan Hazanah who will be delivering the keyword speech today. Alhamdulillah, Dato' Nora is a mentor, and her leadership and commitment to values-based stewardship continue to inspire us all. And to all our esteemed guests, speaker panelists, scholars, alumnus, and guests, thank you for being here and for your commitment to leadership and nation building. So today's session is organized with a clear purpose to cultivate transformational leadership for nation's future. And I'd like to thank the hardworking team behind it, led by Puan Hidayah, Asla, and her team. They're all here. And also take the time to also thank them and get to know them. And they have been working hard to make sure that our ILMU session happens all the way from New York, London, and Kuala Lumpur. So after this, I'll be there for the year, okay? Alhamdulillah. So I really appreciate the hard work that the team has put to make sure that the program continues. And as our country navigates rapid technological change. I realize quite a number of you here are studying AI. Our latest Rhodes Scholar, for example, studied AI in detail and taking that knowledge to the next level, as he was awarded in a Rhodes Oxford Scholarship recently. So there's a lot of interest on technological diffusion and change in the country. And I also would like to warmly welcome Yang Berbahagia Datuk Nur Rahmanah, Trustee of Yayasan Khazanah. Datuk will be delivering the keynote speech today. Thank you, Datuk. Your leadership and commitment to our nation and building the next future talent is something that is inspiring for all of us. So today we need leaders who are not only technically skilled, but also grounded in strong values and ethical purpose, and the need has never been greater than ever. Yayasan Khazanah's mission is to nurture exceptional talent and strengthen leadership competencies among our scholars and alumnus. We believe that true leadership is rooted in strong values and driven by purpose, connecting personal aspirations with national priorities and inspiring collective action for the greater good. I'm glad to also have our esteemed panelists, and quite a number of you actually come from our impact sector, from Khazanah partners, and this is in line with the trend of inspiring collective action for greater good. So the importance of this ILMU session lies in its role as an annual platform to strengthen leadership capabilities across the YK community and to create that sense of belonging and community. I hope that you make friends among your cohort and among your fellow attendees today. Because in the journey of being a YK scholar, it's not just getting your degrees, it's also to acquire mentoring and collaboration between alumnus and scholars. And also we want to make sure that you have this culture of knowledge sharing. And knowledge sharing is not just what happens on stage, but it's also among yourself. And to inculcate civic responsibility and for you to continuously grow, not sideways, but in your knowledge and also in your wisdom and experience. So for today's program, we have curated ILMU sessions that align with topics relevant to you. Hopefully, inshallah, you can also give feedback on topics that you want later. So the first panel, we have Leading with Purpose, Building Transformational Leaders for Malaysia. So this panel brings together leaders from very diverse backgrounds. Our esteemed trustee, Tuan Haji Adam Muhammad Said, Cik Daniel Rahman, CEO of ASEAN Strategy and Leadership Incorporated, ASLI. Get to know him in person. I heard that he has some secret giveaways later. I think you should be fighting for that. And we have Ms. Felicia Yun, co-founder and financial controller of Arus Academy. They do amazing stuff there, and they make learning feel fun and like play. So, and they will all be discussing the qualities, values, and strategic approaches required to lead with purpose. So I hope you listen in and ask good questions. So what defines transformational leadership in today's context? We heard the word transformation being mentioned a lot. And people talk about purpose, integrity, and influence just like any other words. But the thing is that never before these words mean so much that it can actually make or break a project, a program, or an entire nation. A nation lacking in integrity or lacking in purpose is something that we have to fix. And it's not just about our country, it's actually a global issue about purpose and integrity. So some of these leadership challenges cross borders, and I would like you to think through and reflect as each and every one of you are leaders for the country and for the world. They will talk about sustainability, social cohesion, innovation readiness, and innovation diffusion. all the things that we need to make a strong nation. How can you, as young leaders, cultivate purpose and clarity in your journey? That is something that you have to reflect deeply. And if you need mentoring, the mentors are not necessarily the ones that are assigned to you. Mentoring is actually a little bit like on a dating journey. It's actually also about your compatibility. So if you find people that you like to date, even if they are your senior in your alumnus or the esteemed speakers, and you feel that they can help you in your journey, seek out those kind of advisors. And I think each of the panelists also have their mentoring journey that they can share with you. So some of the stories that they will tell, I'm sure they came from real leadership stories, and those are as precious as gold. So this session is designed to inspire you to lead with intention. Niat kan, niat kita tu yang penting, with courage and also accountability. Qualities and values that are essential for driving Malaysia's social economic progress. In the next session, you'll also hear from professionals who have demonstrated leadership in transforming communities, which is also something that's very important for our country. Many of our policies need to become very place-based because that is the nature of growth. And circular economy becomes something that is the norm in many places in the country and the world. So we have Dr. Azudi Mustafa, Managing Director of Clean Energy Expedition Sdn Bhd, Sanji, a Khazanah Global Alumnus, Dr. Rashidi Muhammad, Consultant in Family Medicine and Senior Lecturer in the Department of Family Medicine, Faculty of Medicine, UKM, and a Khazanah Watan Alumnus, Mr. David Chu Hong Liang, AR Research Engineer at Payment Network Malaysia, PayNet, also a Khazanah Watan Alumnus. So in this session, the panel will share leadership in action, insights from change makers shaping the future. So they will cover some very practical leadership lessons from their journey, that is some very real stories. You also realize that their journey is not all blood, sweat, and tears. Knowing them, some of them personally, some of those journeys actually contain roses, and smiling the roses, enjoying life, so that you become a very balanced leader. And we also heard about culture in some of their organizations where good culture shape good initiatives and good leadership. So these are some of the strategies for leading teams, managing conflict, and also influencing change. And insights on how to balance vision with execution. So ask questions on what are some of the leadership competencies needed for the future workforce, and the future is already at your doorstep. And small actions, for example, a team huddle at a nice office or nearby cafe, how those impact everyday decisions and contribute to long-term national impact. Some of the big decisions are actually made at kopitiam, mama, or at the corners of an office, or at the water cooler. So these are some of the nuggets of wisdoms about building good relationships with people that you work with and also in your network and connections. So I hope that the session will help you to find some of the actionable tools and reflections that you can apply immediately in your own leadership journey. So why are these topics important and relevant? Why must you listen to what they have to say then? Malaysia's future depends on leaders who are insightful, who think deeply, and empathetic, resilient, but act decisively. To leaders who can bridge disciplines, inspire others, and adapt to complex challenges. And the world is increasingly becoming complex. And some of this complexity actually can be solved by the solutions which are already at the doorstep. I love in the last session how Dr. Nora shared about using AI, and you must not fear AI, that AI can be your friend if you use it well to solve your problems. So as scholars and alumnus, you are entrusted with the responsibility to give back to society, uplift others, and contribute meaningfully to our nation's advancement. So I hope by the end of today's program, you will strengthen your core leadership competencies, gain deeper self-awareness and practical strategies to lead with purpose and influence, and be inspired to collaborate on initiatives beyond your fields of study that address national priorities such as education, sustainability, innovation, and social mobility. In the words of famous words of one of our founders, actually, Dr. dare to trespass. You have to dare to trespass beyond the fields of your study and connect the dots. And in the process, you will expand your network, foster mentorship, and build lasting relationships within the alumnus community. Also, commit to ongoing personal growth. Learning is for a lifetime, and continuously engage in leadership development outside the session. So ultimately, I hope that the circle will build sustained momentum beyond today's reinforcing of Yayasan Khazanah's leadership development ecosystem, and to encourage you to dream big, to become visionary leaders who uphold integrity, humility, and excellence. Thank you once again to Yang Berbahagia Datuk Nur Rahmanah, Tuan Haji Adam Muhammad Said, all our guest speakers who spend their precious Saturday morning with you. I'm sure there's so many other competing demands, including beloved family, kan? So I really appreciate that for being here. And so especially to the Yayasan Khazanah Scholarship team again, who have worked hard to make this meaningful and impactful program happen. To everyone present today, I hope you will take away important lessons that will guide you as future leaders. Inshallah, together we move forward, united in our values and our purpose, knowing that we've got your back covered and you've got each other. Not just here, beyond the hall, there are 1,600 plus alumnus in Yayasan Khazanah. Ramai tu. If you only get to know 10% of them, your life will be so rich already. Betul tak? How many kat sini know more than 10 Khazanah alumnus? Ada tak? Oh, that's really easy. Jadi contoh ni. Ada tak kat sini? Share. Ada. Yang kenal at least 5 alumnus. Ada, okay, one. Ada one. At least 5, eh? Okay, you have to remember there are 1,600 of them. And they are they're doing wonderful things, amazing things out there. For example, I just found out Daniel's spouse, Adina, is actually a famous journalist. And she writes very amazing, thought-provoking articles, very insightful. So find out who Adina is by asking their husband. But there are many more. Kan Khazanah alumnus out there doing work, change making work, and some of them are already friends with the panelists. So today, your KPI is to try and find out at least 10 Khazanah alumnus, whether they are in the room or they are already in your network, in your circle, but you don't realize that they could be your potential next best friend. Okay? We make that effort so that we together can make Malaysia, advancing Malaysia, a vision that is already here today. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Quantity Kamara, for an extraordinary and thoughtful remarks. May I kindly invite Quantity Kamara to remain on stage, then there is a group photo session. We also invite our guests to follow the photographer's instructions. This Thank you everyone for your cooperation. Next, we are honored to have a keynote address by Yang Berbahagia Dato' Nora Mana, a trustee of Yayasan Khazanah. Yang Berbahagia Dato' Nora has been a strong advocate of leadership development, governance, and values-based stewardship. May I now invite Yang Berbahagia Dato' Nora Mana to deliver the keynote address.
Thank you, Ryan. Ryan,
Yes, yes.
just come back to you. Because I don't like thanking the MC board. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good morning. Gosh, yes. I feel like I'm speaking only with this table. Is everybody here?
Yes.
Good. You can be physically here, but not mentally and emotionally, right? Now, you cannot be more busy than I am for today, I think. Prove me wrong. But I'm supposed to be in a February, in a wedding, in a birthday party of a family member, all now. So, so I'm supposed to be here, present for you. You need to be present for me, for your hosts, and for yourselves. Okay? Okay. All right. Now, firstly, acknowledgements to I know there's scholars in the audience, alumni, as has been mentioned, right? Partners, the Yayasan Khazanah community, and of course, I saw our board of trustee colleague just walked in, right? So very, very good day to everyone. Now, everything that was mentioned, right, was almost encapsulated in every leadership book, report, and survey. Okay, and hence, attending, especially physically, because you must have clocked some CO2 emissions to get here. Is a big investment, and it can be a cost if not turned into an investment. So firstly, yes, I'd like to echo and commend you for making this commitment to attend the ILMU circle, which is fabulous, right? But what you take away and whether it becomes a real investment depends on actually one word that you have mentioned in your speech, but I want to underscore it, okay? Because even the theme or the question, I think, that was put into the collaterals on the invitations for this circle, right? I think if I may read it, then it says, what does it take? What does it really take to lead in this time, right? With clarity, purpose, and insight. Isn't it? Would you read that? Would you pick that up? Right. So what does it take? And what does it take? Before we will talk about that, right? From a macro perspective. From a micro perspective, yourself, I said, to get the best out of being here. The answer is intent. Intention. Bloomberg says context changes everything. You heard that? Very true. But here, intent, yes, now I do, changes everything. It changes your lens, it changes your attitude, and it changes your conviction, the conviction level, right? And I'm hoping to see that from you as I go along, right? Because right now, I'm not sure whether you're you or you're synthetic. Follow what I'm saying? You could be robots. No, you could, right? The robots out there look exactly like you right now. From my vantage point up here. Okay? Yes, thank you, except for your smile, yes. Right? So when you start smiling and engaging and making eye contact, then maybe this is human, not the synthetic. Okay. Now, yes, we are living through a time where in future, not just future generations, but in future, and future is what, could be 12 months, okay? In future, people will look back, reflect, and say, actually, this is not the time of change or even transformation. It is actually a time for redefinition. Okay? Redefinition. Now, it is absolutely key for you to hold on to intent, listener, and redefinition. Okay? Why? Because AI, or artificial intelligence, is not just another technology upgrade. Okay? It is not like when we all found email, or when we all found phones, mobile phones, and smartphones, right? Or even in the 80s, the internet. Yeah, the internet is not young. Okay? It was in the 80s. Some of you not born yet, no? Okay? So AI is actually has a general purpose capability. Okay? It reshapes how value is created. It reshapes how decisions are made. And it reshapes how humans work alongside machines. Marshall. Right? You understand the magnitude and the gravity of that. Okay? Yes, in the early days, and even until now, for many, unfortunately, okay, still trying to comprehend, let's say in the kitchen, right? Everyone visualize yourself in the kitchen. How do me as human and my machines, how do I create value in it? And what are the machines that I'm supposed to? The blender, the rice cooker, those are machines, right? But currently, these machines can think. It can also, right now, make decisions, right? So how do I now take my level of impact, right, to my family, my guests, waiting for me to prepare my spread, right? How do I pair myself, human, and those machines? Right? So it's not a new concept. But the danger is because it's not a new concept, humans have been loud, right? And no longer comprehend the redefinition that's needed. Now, this is very, very serious. I'm going to give you just 2 data points. You know that we are swimming in data, aren't we? Right? Yes. But are people using data? Do, like I said just now, make new decisions, approach things differently, try things differently? Not enough, not enough. But okay, 2 data points relevant to my point here. One, In 2024, I think 2025's data has not been released. In 2024, the world spent over 360 billion US dollars on training. 360 billion US dollars. Do we see a lot of data saying how humans everywhere in the world has achieved new levels of skill? New insights in terms of new capabilities to operate in this current times? Do you see those reports? Do you see that reported in media? Right, none. What is still reported in reports, in surveys, in the media, right? Whether it's physical or digital, it's still, oh my God, the world needs to be skilled, right? Our companies have just taken a new AI tool, and so we are releasing 10,000 people. Yay! And investors reward that. Share price go up. Isn't it? So what is different? What is different? So 360 billion US dollars, I said that's about. Actually, some data show me it's up to 380, some to 450, right? That's a lot of money. That is irresponsible. It is totally irresponsible. Where is the amanah? Where is the ethics? To leaders, right? Individuals as well as leaders. And leaders doesn't have to be the top, yeah. The leaders can be at any level of life. Remember, we have a responsibility. We are accountable to humans. So in my vocabulary, I do not segregate industry, government, community as different stakeholders. In my lens, it's together. Because when I work in industry and I influence industry, I influence community. And I'm supposed to be able to influence in a way, government in a way, okay? All right? But that's what's supposed to be happening. The world today cannot progress, cannot break through, cannot respond positively to what we have at our disposal today, which is AI, right? Without breaking those silos. After all, what Einstein said, and who can argue, right? He's the most intelligent if it's not Nora Manao, right? But Einstein says insanity is doing the same thing over and over, expecting significant different results. But that's what we all are doing. We're all insane. All over the world, right? So coming back to my point just now, I wish, inshallah, I hope, I pray, okay, that your conversations, your discussions, your takeaway, whatever you're jotting down that I see is coming, is really not going to be looking too familiar, or when you share with your thoughts. Okay? We need unfamiliarity, right? Because the whole world is unfamiliar. And that is the problem. When I say it's a problem, it's not just my opinion, I use data. Okay? Use Deloitte, just one source. Deloitte's report on human capital trends and challenges. Okay? And it's 2 years ago, right? And it's even more critical today, right? In the list of top 10 challenges or potential issues, top 3, one of the top 3 is listed as a severe deficit of imagination. Right? No, don't get me wrong, I'm not very all the way. Yeah? I'm a chartered accountant. Okay? ILMU, LIA, okay? So I am a numbers person. I am left brain too, okay? And I am science. I was in science too. So I'm not just giving you a nice pep talk. These are all data founded on data, okay? So let that sink in. Now the second data point that I was saying, I was going to share with you. Right, so one is quite irresponsible. They are all spending insurance today, okay? Doing the same thing over and over. Insane. Right? Summits, conferences, cost, right? Yeah. What economic forum? People go away disgruntled. People go away feeling dissatisfied. Alhamdulillah, thank God. Because those are good people. Because they are already thinking, well, what am I doing with the answer? It's the same that for the last 10 years. Right? Same sort of competitions, same sort of issues, and the same sort of responses. Just probably different people. Or people looking different. Isn't it? So the second data point, which should excite everyone, inshallah, I hope. Okay? If intent is right, I'll come back to intent. Okay? There is a minimum upside potential, minimum of 20% improvement in whatever KPIs you want to use, whether it's PPT or cost base or productivity levels or cost to income ratio, a minimum of 20% increase by just removing the friction in our everyday life. So no need innovation, no need blue ocean. Okay? Just intentionally with intent, right? Look at what are the frictions. What are the things that are, customers are complaining about, or I am complaining about myself as a staff, right? Or as a member of the team, or a member of the household, right? Or a member of the NGO, right? Those are what frictions are, right? The things that irritate. Just by removing those, 20% uplift. 20% uplift in the organization with a PBT of 100 million. MashaAllah, my goodness, that's 20 million. Potentially can be got, put back into variable bonus for humans. Yes, you're all underpaid. I'm confirming that. And I'm a CTO, okay? So I've got data to support that. Yes. But then, because nothing else changes, the model, the business model, the operational model doesn't change, the expectations in terms of KPIs, right? Double-digit PPT growth, right? It's expected every year. Okay? Then it's very hard to correct the level of rewards. But if we remove some of this, enough already to get that uplift. Even if you get half of that, 10%, fine, they can go back into the variable bonus. For staff. Okay? Now, as a board member, please delete this when you leave, okay? Alright? In my just last board meeting, sorry, audit committee meeting, board audit committee, so before the board, right? I pushed back because in my 4 months, just 4 months, not 4 years, as a board member of that organization, every meeting there is an approval sought for an external consultant support. And I said, what the heck? Right? Just to keep our house in order, we need external help. And we pay millions, a minimum of 3 million. I want that money to go back into the variable bonus to pay staff in February. And tell staff that so that they can, oh, great, okay, if I can fix it, I don't need a consultant. Staff are all complaining about the consultants coming in because we are paying them for me to tell them what they need to know. Duh. Right? Excuse my French. Okay? So these are friction. These are things that people are not happy about. But nobody does anything. Okay. Now I'm throwing away my speeches because in my lectures because yeah, 5 pages here. Okay, but I think probably the next few minutes, sorry, yeah, you can push me out on the stage with that. But they give me 10 minutes as you got you can share with me, all right? And I'm not wasting your time, huh? Okay, good. All right, I'm going to give you case studies, two very quick case studies, and these are real cases involving me, but not about me. I'm not narcissistic. Okay, you're supposed to use that for your debrief, right? For you to help see parallels, right, around you. So, intent. When I walked into my first C-suite job, I was so excited. I thought, at last, I am in control. At last, I can create, I can design based on what I think should be done. But of course not. Oh my God, everybody was there to say. And chartered accountant moved to HR. MashaAllah, universe, right? I was like, what? Numbers, nobody argued. Debit is debit, credit is credit. Plus 10 is plus 10. Right? But when we talk about people, everybody has to say. Everybody are experts. Right? So I was sitting there thinking, I am supposed to be the boss of this function, right? But I can't do things. Because everybody overrules me. Right? I have to go into committees, to justify why I want to do something. And it's always about ROI. ROI as the money. Right? Now, some things are not as clear. Love is not clear. It's not clear. Right? So, what did I do? Now, again, take this with a pinch of salt and make sure if you get the wrong message, catch me before I leave to clarify. Because your bosses are going to kill me. Okay? What did I do? Okay, I'm going to use big as example, as example. And you can check all this from a case study written by SMU, the Singapore Management University. It is published. And if you want to read the case study from me, feel free to ask from me as well. I can listen to it. Now, the results, and before I say what I did, right? Results. When I came in, okay, there was so much grumblings, as it is still today in other organizations here as well, not this one organization. There's no exception, by the way, every organization. All right? Oh, staff are not productive. Oh, they're not committed. Oh, they're not, they don't know how to monetize. Yeah? Okay? Now, to cut the story short, you will find that in the case study, what we did was we increased that cost. We did. I went in the bulletproof vest to the board 3 months after I joined to say, board, you can fire me after this. But I am going to increase that cost because the people are underpaid. They are at lower than 23 percentile, many of them. And yet, they are skilled, they are loyal, they are committed, right, to the organization. Unfortunately, yes, they are walking around with their tails between their legs, their nose down, they are tired. So we need to revive them, okay? But they are underpaid. Then the question would be, which chicken or egg? They must be better first, then we pay, or pay first, then we, isn't it? You will get that. And I said, enough. If you're going to ask me that question, I will know enough. Yeah, paper done. Okay? But I said, you have to trust us. Okay? Remember, confidence. Remember how you stood that? Anyone know something like that? Then you must check your confidence. But many of us do like that. Good. Confidence, not arrogance, there's a difference. Confident people do better. Confident people influence better, are positive thinkers. People who lack self-confidence are negative thinkers. And they are not able to really do stuff, because, no confidence, right? So the first thing is to build confidence, right? Now, you will see that the case study, 2 years after that means there's 2 years is the report, right? The financial reporting already done. You have to have the data to report the situation. Then it's very fast. Before the 2 years, Mainland achieved highest ever PBT in its history. It wasn't magic. After 2 years, that's so fast, right? That means the potential was already there. There was a lot of friction. Just by releasing the friction. So at that time, Megan was about 50 years old. So 50 years, never before reached the 1B at that time for the currency, okay? 1B PBT, USD, right? So first time ever reached, and it was a mental hurdle. Because after that, I look at them now, right? My God, right? 3 times, 8 times more. Okay? But it was a mental hurdle because of lack of confidence of the organization. Because organization is nothing. It's made up of people, right? So if people have confidence, the organization is confident. That's it, right? And consultants advised us at that time, oh, be careful, because we are not, it was a very intensive transformation program. Yeah, less country one day, yeah, there was country one day leading us, right? Okay. They say, oh, with this, they are going to employee engagement result is going to go down. The case that we will show you. That same year, at the end of the year, we did an engagement with our survey. It was highest ever. Okay? It reached the Willis Towers Watson Global High Performing Companies level. Global, not regional. So it reached the 80%. It was like, huh? Doesn't make sense. Increased staff costs, intensive program. People should be complaining and distracted, right? And normally the PBT will not increase, right? Because the cost will increase. No, we prove it out. So, very quickly, right? To my point earlier, it's about doing things differently. Because until today, unfortunately, and I don't say this with happiness or you don't see me be happy here, right? I'm concerned because nobody's trying to challenge that enough. Not enough, right? Investors, state shareholders have not totally communicated their willingness to have those little experiments, in spite of all organizations wanting to go agile. Oh, minimum viable product, the kids will right? Because no, it's not minimum viable product, right? The decision still goes through hoops and making sure as perfect as possible. And why? Because of regulators. Okay? Because we can be slapped with a fine. But those are known reasons. And those reasons were there when we did the transformation. Okay? So that's one case study that hopefully has data to say I'm not talking nonsense here. Okay? Now the second, I therefore did a lot, but after that I realized, mashallah, I will not be someone with integrity. Why? Because I'm paid to be the chief, per se, of people, right? And organizational, right? And yet I can't do much. Cannot learn. Right? So we need people with intent and mindset to say, I want to fix this. It doesn't matter if I get fired. Right? Because the minute you say I cannot lose my job, then you won't be able to do your job. Okay? So I then since that very tough for me then, right? I stopped asking for questions. My conscience is clear. Now what I do is clear. I'm paid to do my job. I'm appointed by the board to do my job. If by asking permission, I cannot do my job, then I will not be living up to amanah, isn't it? Right? To my company, right? So I said, never mind, I'll do it. Now, again, to cut the story short. Then we started, from number 17, employer ranking. We went up to third. And then second, and then first for many years. So it's not a fluke. Another you paid up. So you must get paid. We did not pay anybody. Right? Now, there were times when people said, how did you get it approved? So yes, it's a very interesting story. Probably funny story, okay? We were at dinner and a few board members were sitting on the table, and our guests, there were others who complimented us. And oh my God, you guys, we did that. So it's a HR policy that we put in, right? And then after that, the board member actually whispered to me, all right, which meeting they approved this time? And I said, that's it. I never went for approval. Now, I was not fired. Why? Because results speak for itself. Right? So my intention was to get the result. Please don't suppress me by telling me how to do it. Tell me what you want. That is performance management. But now, no. You check the performance management culture of most organizations. It's not there. It's just nice words. Okay? Leave people be. That is flex, that is inclusivity, UN SDG principle. And until and unless you are courageous enough to take on what I said this month, right? It will not happen. Right? Because the governance models of today is within a paradox of governance. What do I mean? People go around thinking, oh, my job's good, right? Compliance is high. I meet all the requirements that regulators and everybody else wants. But these are the KPIs. These are the indicators that are being measured. Of course it's okay. But nobody pays attention to the unrealized potentials. So there is suppression in the governance today that requires imagination, redefinition, what I mentioned just now. Okay? Together, we need to do this together. So again, congratulations for coming in today. Right? Because you all come from different organizations, different communities, different levels. Okay? That's the idea. You need to do this together. Okay? So, and congratulations to YK for maintaining this circle and to the community, the LMI community, keeps this going, because you need company, good company, right company, to be able to do these things, right? You need support. And the support may not come from the natural circles that you have because of what I said just now, right? Everybody just stating KPI, and it's the wrong KPI. Yeah? Measures are important because it gets it done, but if it's the wrong measures, the wrong gets done. And compliance is a good job because you're meeting the KPI. You see the circle? Okay? So please be there for each other. Right? I'm not asking you to love each other, but respect each other in that you all now speak the same language, right? So there's WhatsApp that you have WhatsApp groups, maybe you're too large, those that, you resonate together, right? But make sure there's diversity, right? Otherwise it could talk, right? Ask each other every morning, right? And we want to do that differently, we want to tell you differently, right? Or even if it is stumbling, no, never mind, we're here for you, right? We support you. Now that is what is needed. Okay? So don't be happy going off after the circle if what you went through and what we discussed is nothing different from what you did last year, and before, or in any other summit. Okay? So that's a good check and balance if you like. All right. Now I know I'm running out of time. I'm purposely avoiding eye contact with this guy here. I'm just trying. Right? Okay, so I'm just gonna say and finish off with saying you're not alone. Okay, we people who matter are those who matter. Okay. It can be lonely, as we said. It can be lonely. When I talked about what I did, I'm not saying it was nice for me. It wasn't nice. But what drove me was Amana. Okay? That I did not want to fall into the trap of just saying yes, yes, yes. Alright? But not feeling good about it. Which means that I had to choose to do things differently, which others will not be happy about, and others will be questioned. And my team, I had to give them helicopter cover, all right? Because I instruct them to do it, and they're going to say, oh, am I going to get into trouble, right? So I have to take the responsibility and accountability. If things go wrong, went wrong, yes, it will be me who will be fired, not them. Right? So it is not hunky dory, it's not blue skies, but that's what we will need, isn't it? Right? So I need you to be resilient as well. So everything that all the leadership, right, journals are going to tell you. Okay, you need to know how to pick yourself up because it can be lonely. All right, but like I said again, we're here for you. Your mentors are here. YK is here for you. I'm here for you. I'm in charge. So feel free to WhatsApp me or LinkedIn me, right? If you need that little boost. Okay, because we are in this together. And we have to make a difference together. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Laura, for sharing such powerful insights and reflections. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to session 1, titled Leading with Purpose, Building Transformational Leaders for Malaysia. This panel will explore what transformational leadership looks like in today's context, the role of purpose and integrity, and how leaders can respond to Malaysia's evolving challenges. The panelists for this session are Tuan Haji Adel Muhammad Said, the trustee for Yayasan Khazanah, Encik Daniel Rahman, CEO of Asian Strategy and Leadership Incorporated, ASLI, and Ms. Felicia Liu, co-founder and financial controller of Paris Academy. The moderator for this session is Muhammad Shadri Muhammad Rafai, Manager of Talent Development YP Scholarship. Without further ado, I invite our moderator and panelists to take the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ray, for the MC today. So it's hard to follow the session of the keynote speech from Dr. Nora, but I try my best to moderate the session. First of all, welcome scholars and alumni. Just a check, are you still with me? Okay, good. So make sure that throughout the session, give all your attention and be curious. And when you open for Q&A, of course, this is your opportunity to ask questions for our panel. So, ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia today stands at a critical crossroad. We are navigating rapid technological change, economic transition, increasing social complexity and also rising expectation from the citizens, especially from the younger generation, like all of you. In such environment, technical competence alone is not enough. What our nation needs are leaders who are grounded in purpose, guided by values, and capable of inspiring others to move beyond self-interest towards the greater good. Transformational leadership is not about holding authority, but it is about shaping mindset, influencing behavior, and building systems that endure. It is about making difficult decisions with integrity, leading in uncertainty with courage, and remaining anchored to purpose even when outcomes are not immediate. This session brings together leaders from from diverse sectors, from policy, strategy, and also grassroots education, each offering a unique perspective of what truly means to lead with purpose in Malaysia today. It is my honor to moderate this session with three distinguished panelists. First is Tuan Haji Adam Said, our trustee of Yayasan Khazanah, with decades of experience in organizational transformation and also human capital development at the national level. Ms. Felicia Yun, co-founder and financial controller of Iris Academy, a social enterprise committed to equitable education and community-based leadership. And lastly, Encik Dan Rahman, CEO of Asian Strategy and Leadership Incorporated, ASLI, who spans policy, media, technology, and strategic leadership in rapidly evolving public discourse landscape. Thank you, all of you, for being with us today. And this session also being live streamed via Zoom webinar. So to the Zoom attendees, you can ask questions later on through our link later. So to begin, I would like to invite the panelists to reflect on these opening questions. When we speak about leading with purpose, what core values or convictions anchor your leadership journey? And how have this been tested throughout your leadership or your career? Maybe you can start with Tuan.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Nora and all the others. Yeah. Thank you very much for for giving me the opportunity to share with you. Dr. Nora has covered a lot of things, so you can say that on that, to answer your question, please refer to minute 5 of the address just now. I agree with the values that you need to have, which was summarized at minute 11 and minute 13. Thank you, Dr. Nora. Okay. Well, I suppose, on a serious note, yes, a lot of things have been covered by Dr. Nora just now. So I take the opportunity to emphasize, for example, nothing could, take away the importance of having the right intention. Okay, you always have to ask your conscience. Okay, there is a hadith. A sin is something that borders, that touches your heart. What you feel uncomfortable in doing. Okay, that is usually something that is against your what you stand for. Okay, so you always have to have that conscience. Okay, and driven by conscience. Okay, am I doing the right thing? Okay, and when you do the right thing, there is also your intention can be very short-sighted. Oh, I want to increase my KPI this year. So I know one organization is all KPI driven. Actually, it's not KPI driven. KPI is you have objectives, measure, targets, initiatives. That's the whole thing is called KPI, right? Usually, when people say KPI, it means measures. Yeah. Okay. Or rather targets. Right? So I want to achieve this target so that I get promotion. To me, if you are driven 100% by the stick and carrot, you're no better than animals, really. A little bit better than animals. Okay? You can train a dog, the most ferocious animals, you can tame them, okay, and you can make them do what you want them to do by just, using the carrot and the stick. Surely, as human beings, you need to have more than that. Okay? You need to be driven by purpose. That's what I said at minute 11. Okay? You need to have purpose. You need to be driven by a greater reason for doing things. That's one of your 8 values, by the way. Yeah, leadership traits. And I like to emphasize these traits, You need to have to be driven by that. Even now, you're not talking about output, outcome, We talk about impact. Okay, so when we talk about nawaitu or your intention can be, very, very much short-sighted objective, or the greater the reason, the greater the passion. If you want to have a lot of passion in this life, you need to have greater reason to do things. I come from Malacca. Yeah. Now, if you go to some Pulau Ubin, there are some parts of the Pulau that you can see they have carved out from the rocks there to make to make buildings. They cut out rocks. So now, if you were to ask, say, those two gentlemen, say, Alfamosa, yeah. Where do they get all the material to build Formosa? Did they bring that from Portugal, you reckon? No, they destroyed the mosque. They destroyed the big houses, the bungalows at the time, and they destroyed even the mausoleums, right? And they took all the stones, and then they built the Formosa. Not the resort, the real Formosa, right? Now, if you let's take a journey 100 years back. We meet two people. Yeah, one, cutting stones. Yeah, another one doing exactly the same thing. And we ask the first person, Pakcik ni buat apa? Uncle, what are you doing? So being a typical orang Melaka, kau buta tak nampak je. Tengok potong batu lah. Tahu kata je kau. Right? And then you go to the second person, Pakcik kena buat apa ni Pakcik? Pakcik ni Pakcik sedang membina sebuah masjid. I am building a mosque. Okay? So he can see, right, the impact of what he's doing today. Not just the exact thing that he's doing now to get some money, for cutting the stone from the mountain, yeah, or the rock, cutting the stone to make buildings. But he actually see the end result of his input. Okay, so even now they have the IOI model, right? Input, output, outcome, and impact. So if you want to have a lot of passion in this work, if you want to have a lot of in what you do, right? You need to ask the greater reason why you do this. Okay? Why am I in my business? I like to add value to individuals and to organizations as a consultant, right? So if I were to be there just to get information, package it nicely, and give it back to the organization and to the board, and most times just to endorse things that already know and not adding value, that's not me. Okay? I need to make an impact, and lasting impact, to the organization and to the individuals. So that is one. Okay. Number two, what always drives drives me at least is the hadith. Kindness and familyness. The best of human beings are the most that brings the most benefit to other human beings. That drives me. So in my existence, do I bring value as father? Do I bring value as a husband? Do I bring value as a board of directors? As a board of trustees? Do I bring value as a consultant? Do I bring value as a speaker? Or am I value destroying? Okay, you might not feel that you are value destroying. As a leader, you don't feel that sometimes. You don't even see that because people make you not see it. This bothers me a lot. And I see this on the ground. Okay, in one small thing, just a small example, convocation. Okay, convocation. I think you have been to many convocations, right? Like me, I have been at least many of my students have already graduated. I think I've been to 6 or 7 convocations. Yeah. And some of the convocations you can see the chaos, yeah, leading to the convocation. Right? And most times, you know what the chaos is all about? Because some people were more obsessed on making sure that the top classes see only the nice things. It doesn't matter to people like you have to park so far, there is no, transportation for you from the scorching sun. You have got to walk half a kilometer, 1 kilometer. It doesn't matter to them. What most matters is that my boss says that I have managed this convocation very well. To me, if I were to be in that position, I would feel very guilty because I'm very destroyed. I'm not adding value. My existence actually caused, suffering to others. Maybe I don't see that. And the worst part in Malaysia is, according to Hofstede's studies on power distance, Malaysia's power distance is very, very large, very big. Not power distance is measured by, how the bosses feel that, they have the distance between the bosses and the people below them, and how the people below them also perceive, the distance between them and the bosses. Incredible that our power distance is even worse than Indonesia, for example. I thought the Japanese, they always have, that, subservient mentality, to their bosses. No, Malaysia is worse. Yeah. Well, we can agree or disagree with Hofstede's model. I have a lot of disagreement with Hofstede's model, but at least it has got some data that can that can measure some concrete things about power distance. So in short, this culture of thinking that since I'm the boss, there are only 2 rules. Rule number 1 is the boss is always right, and rule number 2 is rule number 2. In case the boss is wrong, we go to rule number 1. Okay, so this is I think if we can have this get rid of all this, and you as a boss, you need to have a bit of humility, and you know that sometimes I was talking to one country, he's a leader of 6 or 7 organization as chairman here, chairman there, etc. This problem is that the people below you tend to read what you are thinking and tend to preempt what what should be done to please you. That gets to me all the time. I'm not driving a Toyota, America, and they know I like MPV. So they already talked about do you want to us to upgrade you to the Fire or Alpha, without him even asking. So this is a very, very bad mentality, if you ask me, in Malaysia about the power system and about the bosses being the bosses and the subordinates, shielding behind the bosses. You know you can get your promotion if you please your bosses, and you know that you will be protected because anything efforts like the Nora said, the bosses will get fired, you know. So I think at the end of the day, think about what is the impact that you're going to bring to the people, to the organization. Everything that you touch, you know the Midas touch, right? Everything that you touch must be not only turned to gold, but must be permanent. Try to bring permanent change to the organization or to the lives of the people that you interact with. Yeah. Now, the Malay has got a saying, kalau tak boleh jadi garam, jangan jadi lanau. I thought that's very powerful. If you cannot do good, please don't, you know what is garam and lanau is significance. Let's say you have meat, right? And you want to preserve meat. So you put you put salt so that it can last long, right? So what destroys meat, for example, is lanau. Lanau is the big fat, fly, right? The big one, the big version. What do you call it? Especially, yeah, I don't know. Okay. So if you cannot do good, don't do harm. Don't do anything. And this is very much in line with the fake, fake. We always talk about maqasid syariah, and one of the maxims in faith is darul maqasid muqaddamun ala jalbil masalih. Avoiding harm is of utmost importance, of higher importance than doing good. So anything that you do should be driven by this, basic premises. Right, to do good, have the right intention, okay, and you need to also make sure that you minimize harm as much as possible. And if there is any conflict between doing good and avoiding harm, avoid harm first. So, first do no harm. In the doctors amongst us know that vaccine too. It's like even in medicine. I can go on and on, but I'll stop first, and then I'll pass over to the other two. And then pass me, and then maybe I'll come back later on with other counters. Thank you.
Thank you, Tuan Haji. A very powerful sharing. For your information, scholars, Tuan Haji Adam is also instrumental in developing the competency, the gate competency. Dekat lagi I tanya, what are the aids? Really depends. Okay, now moving on to Felicia. So what is the value of the competition that drives you as a leader?
So Tuan Haji took inspiration from Dr. Nora. I think my sharing echoes very much to Tuan Haji. Maybe you can also open up your minute notes from Tuan Haji. But I think for me, it's a little bit different. I started my leadership journey not very different from most of you. While I was from a different scholarship, I was a JPA scholar. But thinking about what to do after graduation was something that impacted what I'm doing right now. And so upon or just before graduating, I was having a lot of thoughts in terms of what I want to do after I graduate. I studied something very much in finance, actuarial science. While I love what I studied, I wasn't quite passionate about it. I knew going into it is very related to insurance, but the more I study, the less I'm passionate about insurance. But I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the process. So really, when I was thinking about my future, I wanted something that could make me excited. If I went back to Malaysia and went into corporate, I felt that I could have just stayed in whichever country that I graduated from, and it wouldn't be that much different. So what changed, and I found this program called Teach for Malaysia. Now, it was very interesting at that time because it was promoted as a leadership training. Essentially, actually, while the name was very fancy, they say that, we're recruiting the best and brightest in Malaysia. Because as many of you know, and I think many have the opinion here in this room as well, the education in Malaysia needs something to be done. Everyone has an opinion around it. So I thought, 2 years coming back, at least is something that I could see a difference. So I came back and did this fellowship. Essentially, as fancy as it sounds, I was a teacher in the classroom for 2 years.
No different from a teacher that just got posted into school. But essentially that was how everything started. When you are entrusted straight away into a classroom, there are just like this 30, 40 people waiting for you to tell them what to do. As much as they don't want to listen to you, deep down they are waiting on you. They are waiting on you to sort of guide them. And suddenly you feel that actually there is this power in terms of what you can do. But it goes back to intent and it goes back to integrity. Now you have been given the power to shape this life. You can either do harm or you can do good to 30 and 40, and not just 30 and 40, right? Because you have many other classes as well. And so in this 2 years, going into it, I thought I was there to make impact. And I thought I was there to be a leader in the classroom to really make a change. But upon leaving the 2 years, the fellowship ended after the 2 years, I realized a lot of it was actually me learning and me empathizing with what's going on. The thing with education, right? Everyone has an opinion because everyone has gone through the system. Everyone has been through the system and they know what it should be based on your experience. But when you become a teacher, you see the experience of so many different students and you start to realize education has to be different. As there are so many different perspectives out there, being a teacher allows you to then see what education needs to, or not something that you think what it should. Now, having said all this, right, I think one of my biggest learning as a leader is having that reflection. One of my favorite quotes that I learned quite recently actually is you do not learn from experience. Everyone talks about, oh, go travel, broaden your horizon, learn and experience. Yes, but the deepest learning is upon reflection. We do not learn from experience, we learn from reflecting on the experience. And so reflecting on my 2 years, I realized that actually there are many things to be done. And while you can wait for other people to do it, why not you yourself take up? So I need to conclude all this, right? As a leader, it's very important that you open yourself up to learning. You may go into something thinking that, okay, I want to take charge. But you must have the humility to also know that there's so much more that you can learn. And have confidence but not arrogance. So you see, all these points has already been said because these are essentially skills that you need. But I think on top of that, reflection, as you grow as a leader, reflection is very important. That is what will keep you grounded. That is what will keep you in check, whether your intent is correct and whether you're doing what is right. I want to close with this. So before I move on, right, I think one of my favorite TED Talk was actually by this professor from Oxford, and it was talking about social enterprise. Now, a lot of young people, and many come to me as well as we were starting, oh, I want to start this, I want to do this, I want to start something. However, this professor mentioned many times that actually a social entrepreneur, not so much an entrepreneur, but a social entrepreneur, start something because they cannot sleep if that is not done. You know, you're not married to the solution, you're married to the problem. Will you wake up every day thinking, I need to solve this? Not this solution is the best. You must be able to have confidence that you are doing the right thing, but be sort of like have that humility to know that, okay, maybe now this is what works. But as time progresses, we need to then reflect, is this still the best solution? Is this still what is needed for me to be able to make great impact? If it's not, have the humility to then say, okay, we have to change. It's now maybe not doing as much good as we thought it would be. So at the end of the day, is that right? How do you keep grounded? How do you keep passionate? You have to then go back to your why. You have to go back to the problem that you're trying to solve and always reflect, is this still the way to go? Do I have to change? Or am I doing what is right and I keep going forward with that? So with that, I'll pass.
Thank you, Felicia, for your sharing. And I love when you mentioned about reflecting, because sometimes we are too complacent about things that already work, that we might not reflect. Is there any better solutions, or maybe better idea from other people around us? Moving on to Daniel. So I know that you have worked with the government before. Maybe we can draw some experience from you. What are the values that you carry throughout your in the government.
So, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. Thank you, everybody. I'm Daniel from Atli. Nice to see Dr. Nora. I'm very humbled by her sharing. For many of you who don't know, she was also part of this program called CEO and Faculty back when I was in government, where she dedicated the time pretty much free of charge to mentor young academics, to open their mindset. And many of these young academics have gone on to become deans, directors, deputy vice chancellors. We are waiting for our vice chancellor, first vice chancellor soon, young academics. So let's give Dr. Nora a round of applause. Yeah. She's very humble in that sense, but a lot of what she shared, I hope all of you were taking notes because that's some meaningful stuff. Same for Tuan Haji Adam as well. You know, a lot of what he said was like, I feel like I'm looking through a mirror, but of course a lot more wisdom coming from him. And Felicia just very interestingly mentioned Teach for Malaysia. This beautiful notebook that I have is from Teach for Malaysia. I was speaking at an event of theirs recently, and you know, in government, in my time in the ministry, I spent a lot of time working with Teach for Malaysia because I couldn't be a fellow. Why I couldn't be a fellow is because I don't know if you heard this story, but my boss, I was a lawyer. I'm a lawyer by background and training. My boss said, teachers don't make money. So don't waste your time. Stay a lawyer, and with the money, you can contribute back. Not a bad idea, right? So it goes back to what all our speakers have been saying about sense of purpose. Now, I'm just going to share three quick things in this sort of opening bit. Firstly, I think sense of purpose comes from mind, body, and soul. Right? Firstly, mind. When I first joined the Ministry of Education back in 2014, I worked for the Education Minister. His name was Dr. Sri Idris Chusol. Any of you heard of him? Any orang Terengganu sini? Orang Terengganu? One at the back, Orang Terengganu. On the Anyway, the first thing he did before I joined his office was he gave me a book that was called Why Nations Fail. And some of you may know that last year, one of the authors of the book received the Nobel Prize in Economics. So first thing in the comes of the mind, I will say this to all of you, please read. I brought a book today called Moral Ambition by one of my favorite authors, Rutger Bregman. Have any of you read any of his books before? His first book was called Utopia for Realists. Anybody? His second book was called Humankind. And this is his third book. So I think your scholars need a little bit more. But here's my deal to you. I've just finished reading it last night after like a long time, a bit of time. Later for Q&A, the one who can share with me your thoughts on what your moral ambition is, I'll give you this book. So if you want the book, yeah, maybe. Okay, so that's the first. The second is body. We underestimate the value of the physical connection to your body. So for that, can I ask everybody to stand up, please? We have been sitting for way too long, and I don't think that's actually very healthy. Okay, some of you may have seen within your capacity, all right, if you can't stand and can't worry about it. Okay, now what I wanted you to do is, you all remember these viral videos about energizers? Have any of you seen that on TikTok? You're a teacher, okay. So what we're going to do is we're just going to do some fun movement stuff now for a few seconds. Okay, think of some music in your head, like no. Okay, now let's start moving. Slow marching. Okay, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now do some chopping. Chop, chop. 3, 4. Come on. 5, 6, 7, 8. Change hands while you're marching. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now go down and up. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now twist to your left and do that. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And turn to your right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now put your hands on your hips and go left step. Right? Right step. Come on, let's go. A bit faster. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, now put your hands up and spin it. You can do both hands at the same time while I'm holding the microphone. Yeah, keep going, keep going, keep going. Come on, keep going. Well, someone has stopped 5 already, is it? 5, 6, 7, 8. And now last one, you're sitting in a chair, you sit on your chair. Okay, and then you stand up again. Without using, just use your core muscle. Let's see whether you can do it. down, 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 and up, 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 up. Now down, one more time, and up, 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 up. Okay, young people, now go down, but don't sit down. Stop there, stop, stop. 3 quarters through. Hold it. Now put your hand in front. Count. 1, 2, come on. You feel the burn? And are you feeling the burn? And sit down. Okay, give yourself a round of applause. Very important. My boss, Tisha agrees. Don't underestimate. I'm recently picked up pickleball. Used to be a non-believer, now I'm a believer. I still play badminton and tennis, so I'm also up for that. That's the second. The last one, very quickly, is your soul. So I'm very touched by John Haji's sharing about the various sporadic verses and sense of purpose. I think that's very important. Dr. Nora also talked about Niat Kinta Manubinia. I was an IIUM graduate, International Islamic University, Malaysia, where I did my law. Then I went to the University of Oxford, where I also did my law, master's in law. Unfortunately, I was not a Khazanah scholar. I don't know whether they had that during my time, but I was a Tunku Abdul Rahman Foundation scholar. So yeah, Tunku Abdul Rahman. And so, okay lah, some of these Islamic verses, I'm of course quite well adept with. But so when I talk about soul, I want to add one more verse if I may. And one of my favorite verses, there's a right term to say is, La yukallifullahu nafsan illa wus'aha, which means Allah or God does not burden the soul more than it can bear. And this is a reminder to all of us, because life can get tough. But when life gets tough, always remember that every test is within your capacity to overcome. Now, I wonder what your favorite verses are, but this is very important. But let's not just stop at religion, because I was also quickly looking up, and it says, thank God for ChatGPT, right? It says that from the Bible in the Corinthians, it says, no temptation has overtaken you except what is common to mankind. And God is faithful, He will not let you be tempted beyond what you can bear. And that's also why your feeding of your soul is important. Because in today's divisive world, you'll find that there are more commonalities than less between faiths and religion. And of course, last but not least, I remember reading a Nelson Mandela quote. Again, ChatGPT very quickly helped me find it. And he said, I learned that courage was not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. So in other words, even when you're facing a difficult situation, it's about having the courage or overcoming fear. That is where true courage comes from. So I will stop there. My opening sharing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. Never in my life moderating that we have an agenda in between, but thank you. Thank you. It echoes a lot that the physical connection as well is important as a leader, because you need to come fit to lead as well. That's my takeaway from your sharing. Okay, so we move on to the next part of the panel. So the following questions are related to respective background. So, Tuan you have a lot of experience working with various organizations, governments, the GLCs, and also private sectors. So, from your experience, how do you see the leadership concepts are being developed, the interpretation of leadership among the three sectors? Are they moving to the right direction, or something that you, as a consultant, giving advice that this is the direction that you need to go?
That is a very loaded question. People write books on that question. Actually, maybe if I were to reveal this realization that I got when I work with so many organizations, is that might surprise a lot of people. The single most damning thing that's happening in any organizations is they are not clear with their true north. They're not clear with why. Okay. Not how they achieve, using strategy, using all those initiatives to achieve that. That is given. But the direction, okay, You might say this is obvious. If you're a bank, you're a bank. If you are, if you are an insurance company, you are an insurance company. Okay. I asked, when I was doing some work in Takapul, Indonesia. So I said, why do you guys exist? Said, yeah, well, we sell, Takapul products that are, alternatives to, insurance. Yes, but why? Well, lah, otherwise you got to do haram thing. Yeah, I know, but when you provide this Takapul, provide them with this Takapul products, what do you want to achieve out of that? Right? Then after having a long discussion with them, then I realized two things. They said that, okay, finally we landed on a common platform. That is, we exist to help preserve and grow the wealth of the Ummah through Takapul products. So that to me is a defining moment for them. Yeah. Same thing when I was doing some soul searching with a water utility company. So what is your raison d'etre? Most Malaysians say raison d'etre. Raison d'etre, I checked with my French friend. That's how you should pronounce it. Yeah, the way they say it, the Arabic. Okay. And finally, rather than just the standard what we provide end-to-end water services, blah blah blah, then they realize actually we exist to help spur the economy of the states while giving our contributing to quality of life to the consumers. So I thought those are the kind of things that that should be established first in any organizations. Then come the strategy, then come the KPIs, then come. So there's nothing worse than to be able to execute strategies very well, achieving something that you shouldn't achieve in the first place. Okay. Of course, Lao Tzu says, a journey of 1,000 miles starts from the first step. You know what the problem is? After walking 1,000 miles, then you realize you are 2,000 miles away from your destination because it's the wrong direction. Right? Okay. Secondly, you need to also ensure that whatever that we build, okay, would stand the test of time. The Lewis model of change, right? Unfreeze, change, then freeze. Okay. It's like if you want to, you have ice in this container. You've got to unfreeze first. Make sure it becomes water, right? Then you pour it into a boxy thing, and then you want to make sure that the shape is retained like that. You've got to freeze it. So that's the logic. So many organizations suffer from too many changes unnecessarily. So because the boss wants to leave the legacy that is associated with himself. So I like what was done by I don't think you guys know him very well. Dato' Akeli Nomawi. Okay, he was quite a legendary figure in the 90s. He's more known to be married to Tiara Jacquelina, but that's secondary. Okay. When he was the Minister of Agriculture, he was looking at all the organizations under him. Pamala, Margila, Jabatan Perikanan, what else? Lembaga Kemajuan Ikan, Perikanan Ikan. Some overlaps there, and also Jabatan Veterina, and all those Jabatan Pertanian. And then he was observing that Mardi is doing something off tangent, sometimes with what farmer is doing, what and then they are doing research, nothing to do with what is required by pertanian and also by the other institutions under him. And then he came up with the concept of MAI Incorporated, Ministry of Agriculture Incorporated, MAI. And then he said, okay, we have a common goal. Our common goal, impact, is we're going to be a significant contributor to the GDP, to employment, etc. Right? And all the institutions below must be aligned towards that. Many organizations in Malaysia suffer from the eddy current, phenomenon. You know eddy current? When you have a river, what stops the river from flowing very fast is because you have this, eddy currents on the side. That reduces the momentum of the river flowing, right? So you have a lot of eddy currents. The little Napoleons, you need somebody who is very obsessed with his institution. He feels he's the boss there, doesn't care about what the people on top is doing. I have my own head, I have my own vision in my particular department or my particular unit or my particular jabatan. So he said, there are too many of these eddy currents, right? So we need to make sure that everybody is aligned. So he had that MAI concept, Ministry of Agriculture Incorporated. And then he said, okay, we're going to propose some kind of a master plan. Okay, so he came up with the National Agricultural Plan, NAP, right? And then he said, we're going to bring this to the Parliament. Right? And then we're going to get it endorsed by the Parliament. And in that plan, it includes, for example, you need to have more jetties for our fishermen. You need to develop infrastructure for agriculture, etc. It's all there. And then the minister changed. Then the minister has got his cronies, it is for and etc. I no need to elaborate. You guys know what it's all, right? So he has his own vision. He has his own idea of how to run the ministry, right? And then he said, okay, I want to relocate some of these things, some of these priorities. I want to change this. I want to put the money there, etc., etc. And then you know what? The people below him say, well, you can do that, but this is endorsed by the Parliament. And you've got to bring this to the Parliament and to undo this. Oh, really? Yes. So, too much trouble. You see my point? So sometimes you also need to learn to ensure that, because kita tak nak ada pepatah Melayu, sekali air rebah, sekali pasti berubah. Every time there's a change in leadership, then everything changes. What I respect about the MEB, Malaysian Education Group, you might agree, you might disagree. What was how to be developed? It was developed by the help of McKinsey, no less. I think they paid about 5-6 billion to develop that. Okay, but the point that I would like to make about this MEB is that it has withstood 4 or 5 ministers, from Tasiri Majidin to Mazli, Dr. Mazli Malik, to Razidin, and then finally to Bagina, right? So it was still there, because it was endorsed by the Parliament. So as leaders, you also need to learn to bring change, but you also need to institutionalize the change. Okay. Now saya cakap dalam Melayu lah kan. Saya nak tadi kita dah exercise, saya tak nak exercise banyak lah. Dengar-dengar, letak tangan kita kat depan boleh. Tangan kita akan genggam, buka. Okey. Okey. Buat bulat. Okey, buat bulat. Letak tangan kat atas, bawah, atas, bawah. Letak tangan kita kat atas dadu. Dagu mana dagu? Dagu sini kan? Why did you guys do this? Okay lah, never mind lah. You all are gonna drink lah. I'll do again lah, I'll do again, okay? Now, just put your hands around about 1 foot away from each other. Okay, we are going, I want to see whether we are, singular in our purpose and our, action, right? When I say clap, everybody clap. Play. Ready? Are you ready? Yeah. Are you ready? Yeah. When did I say clap? When did I say clap? Now, why did you guys clap? Why did you guys clap? Some didn't, right? Why did you guys clap? Why did you guys put your dagu here? Yeah, I mean your hand at the dagu here. Dagu is here. Why? Because action speaks louder than words. According to Professor Mehradian, okay, in terms of trust and believability, okay, words are only 7%. The tone of voice is 38%. And your action or visual is 55% in terms of trust and believability. Now, for example, if your mother, when you want to do something wrong, and then you say to your mother, I want to do this, and your mother said, what? Would you do it or would you not do it? You would not do it. Why? But the word say, what? Because the intonation, okay, the vocal is more powerful than the words. Okay, that's the 3D. Visual, vocal, and verbal. Okay. Now, action is even more powerful than words. So that's why, some people say, wow, you have been a boss for a long time. It's good that you can do anything you like. You're the boss, right? I said that actually, if I want my staff to work very hard, I cannot come at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and then go off early, play golf every day, and expect my staff to work very hard. And unfortunately, I've got to work harder than them. Yeah. Okay. So I think leadership among others. Yeah. I think our among the most important roles that we need to do is first to set the right direction, ascertain the true north of the organization. Make sure that the change, the impact that you bring is not a hot chicken shit. Make sure that it is permanent, institutionalized the change, right? So everybody can bring a short change to everybody, right? But it takes somebody to bring a permanent change to the people and the organization. And thirdly, lead by example, because your action speaks louder than words, right? Okay, that's it for the time.
Thank you, Tuan Haji, a very powerful metaphor and two things, hot chicken shit, eh? But in all seriousness, I think having a true north, even that currently all of you don't have any organization to lead, but I think drawing from the response from that you must have your true north right now, what you want to be in the future, maybe 10 years down the road, what you aim for yourself to be. Moving on to Felicia. So you have worked in the grassroots setting and also work with various stakeholders. Sometimes the change that you want to bring is very slow. You have done a lot of things, but maybe didn't get buy-in and whatsoever. So how do you sustain your passion and your solution to the grassroots and lead by example in your case?
I think what I'm gonna say is not gonna sound very different. I think that's a disadvantage of going second. Because a lot of these things is not necessarily unique. These are things that we do know. So I do want to emphasize the thing about North Star. So when I first started as well, when there's four of us in my organization that started it, four co-founders. And when we first started, none of us had any business experience. So naturally, just like Dr. Nora's advice, we looked for a mentor, right? Because we need help. Now we found a mentor that was very similar to what we want to do. Understand education, has a passion for it, and so we went up to him. And he has years of consulting and accounting background. And then we say, we don't know what business model to do. We're worried that money would not come because we all come from the heart, right? We wanted to help solve an education problem. And then he said, Felicia, and I still remember because I specifically, I'm managing the money, right? And he said to me, Felicia, you don't worry about money. Money will come. And of course, deep down, I'm like, oh, come from where? Money? Is it going to fall, to me the next day? But then he said this after that. He said, be very certain. What is it that you want to achieve? You have to be able to imagine what change you want from your student. That has to be very clear. You must be able to imagine and visualize that change. And then once you have that true north, people will want to give you money. When you're very certain what you want to do and your heart is in the right place, you will not have to worry about it. Now, of course, when I heard that, I was like, sounds right, I have the right intention. But I was still very worried, I was still very worried, where would money come? But 10 years of doing this, I echo this so much. So much so that when people come to me and ask me, how do we get funding? This is the number one question. People will ask when you want to start something. Be it a student project or anything. Number one question is money. Money comes from where? And I always iterate this right to them. You must be very certain why you want to do this. Is there really value in whatever that you do? And if there is, money will come. Like many people would tell you, there is money everywhere. But money will go to the ones that have the right intention to do what is right. Now, coming back to the question where, how do we sustain, right? I think there's a few sharings that I give. I think one thing that really helped with me is I didn't do this alone. Like Dr. Nora said, I do echo that sometimes it can be a very lonely journey, especially when you're up in the top. But I'm very fortunate that when we started this, there were four of us, four co-founders. Now, it is not only important that you have that support, but it's also that accountability, right? When we think about all these challenges along the way, change are slow. You do not just see students suddenly become better, and especially when we talk about meaningful education, where you not necessarily can measure it with numbers or results in the exam. These are very slow changes. And what really helps is having your co-founder to keep you accountable. We always check and balance each other. Are we still doing the right thing? Is this still what works? And that is very important. We cannot be lost in all the processes and we forget why are we doing this. So having that support, even if you're starting it alone, having a board to make sure that you do it right, having people to constantly talk with, I think that is something very important. And I think at the end of the day, it's also having that ability to listen to others, empathy. I think that helps a lot. When you have the empathy and me being in this education space, there's a lot of learning that can be done. And I think that goes back to the point of why we keep doing it, right? Sometimes you do not see the change that you want. My first day into teaching, we have this saying in the earlier cohorts of Teach Malaysia, there's this thing called Black March. And why Black March, right? Because all these very high achieving, very gung-ho youth, they go into this thinking like, I will make a change. And then reality hits in March, because March is when you have the first peperiksaan penggal. Okay? And then you thought, in class, you give them worksheet, exit ticket, and they all can do, And then suddenly, you get the result back. Haven't even marked on the way marking. Then you look at the answer, did I not teach anything in these 3 months? You're like, ni kat kelas boleh buat, it's just super sad. But it got you thinking, right? Because that is when you realize change does not happen overnight. And if you have that reflection, you start to think, okay, why? Why is this happening? Why can my students score in formative assessment but not summative assessment? Because then that dictates your action. And if you do not have that reflection, you will not then change. Change will never happen if you do not stop and then think, okay, why is this happening? What do I have to do? And when you start with that, then you realize, okay, my students, while they can learn during the formative, they do not know how to actually revise their exam. You know, there are many research that say retention is a huge problem, especially now with students. You can learn something and know it well in that moment, but within the next few days, you will drop. So actually, one of the theory of learning is that it has to be brought back constantly and into different forms. So I think that is also very important. So the whole thing about North Star definitely, again, I know I'm repeating myself, but the whole thing about reflecting and then listen and see what's going on. I think that in itself is very important. I think lastly, it's just having resilience. When you have your true north, you will learn that you will not give up until you reach wherever that is. Until your students can succeed, you will not give up. And I think that is something that not only I learned from my peers, but from my students as well. Many of my students come from very challenging background. And for me, I pay attention to them, listen and learn from them. If they can go through all this, if they have that resilience, and if I'm always preaching resilience to them, I myself need to embody it. That's why I say, echoing what Haji is saying, right? Leading by example. And to be very honest, being a teacher has definitely made me a much better person. Because everything that I preach, I tell them you must be curious, ask questions, don't be afraid to fail. That was something that was so difficult for me. For someone that is always thinking about being high achieving, and I'm sure many of you are scholars for a reason. That whole thing about fear of failure will prevent you from doing so many things. And that only changed when I became a teacher. When I told my students, you have to be like that, I have to be like that. When I tell them, don't be afraid, I have to be not afraid and adventurously try that. So going back to the whole thing about grassroots leading is that it's listening, seeing what's going on, and then learning from it. Contextualize whatever that you see out there into the situation that is happening right now. That is one of the most important lessons that I learned. You cannot see what's going on out there and directly use it. You must contextualize it. And if you cannot make that connection, nothing will change. It's very important that you learn.
Thank you, Felicia. So grassroots leaders memang dia berlapis sikit bila talk about passion. And I hope that you guys can draw the inspiration from her sharing of having the true north. And then when you have a true north, always reflect back. Are you still aligned with your true north, with your peers, your founders? Are we still in the same boat or same direction? And then be the agent of change and implement the change by leading with example. Thank you, Felicia. So moving to Daniel. I know that we shared this question earlier yesterday. So, but again, I throw it to you, Daniel. So, you being in the organization where talking about policy and also strategic communication, it is current world the overloaded of information and then sometimes the narrative from the netizens are very strong. So how you navigate this? So what kind of a leadership experience from your leadership experience to navigate this misinformation, this false information and direct the people to the right information? Yeah, over to you.
Okay, I think that's a rather straightforward one to answer. First, check your facts. How many of you here use ChatGPT, AI for your work? That's quite simple, right? Isn't it? I once been attacked by cyber troopers in my job. So as you know, I used to work as a press secretary for not one but two ministers. The other minister, aside from Dr. Sri Juso, was Tengku Zafrul. And this was at the height of COVID when all sorts of things were happening, right? Fake news about vaccines, etc., etc. And let me just tell you a story about why I got attacked by cyber troopers. My wife, as one city camera alluded to, was a journalist. And there was one day in Parliament where, after the budget speech, she and a few journalists went into Dewan Parliament to take a photo in front of the then Prime Minister's chair. And one of the journalists shared something quite sensitive at that point in time related to one MBD. I will not go into details. That went, and then this journalist, not my wife, tagged the Prime Minister's office. Memang cari pasal lah, kalau nak kata mudahnya. What then happened was there were some cyber troopers who knew who she was, knew that I was the husband, and actually went into our Facebook accounts. Zaman tu Facebook was more popular than Instagram, and put our photos onto a poster and said, pegawai menteri adalah duri dalam daging, which is, in other words, a traitor. And I remember my boss, the treasury, calling up, Dan, what's going on? Why is my WhatsApp group exploding? All my political friends are asking me what is happening. And I said to him, Dr. relax. Whenever people attack you about statements on the education system, I always tell you, don't worry. You always tell me, apa deh, kita relax dulu. Nanti when the emotions have calmed down, we will respond. And now I said to him, Dr. Sri, now I'm telling you the same thing. Relax dulu. When the emotions have calmed down, I will respond. And it was a tough time because there was so many different overwhelming situations. But one thing lah, when you're friends with journalists, obviously the news isn't going to come out. And I must be fair, the then Speaker of Parliament, Tan Sri Padika, also was very proactive when he said, let me deal with it because it happened in Parliament, this is my territory. So he also tried to diffuse the political situation. So, you know, in life, you will face these challenges, but always remember that, number one, do the right thing. Number two, be careful of the friends you take pictures with last. You never know, it might come back to haunt you in some ways. But stay true. Okay, now, let me ask you this. Do you all want to know how you can pass a lie detection test? Are you interested? Why are you saying so fast saying yes? You all want to lie, is it? Be careful, this is a trick question. No, not trick. Okay, have you all heard of the box breathing strategy? Okay, it's on TikTok and you can Google it. Okay, now, so everybody sit up straight. The idea is this, and it relates to some of these. When you feel overwhelmed, stressed, and things are beyond your control, your body enters the mode called fight or flight, right? So you want to run away or you actually want to fight back, fight or flight. Whereas you want to move your body back to this place of rest and regulation. And scientifically, it's very easy to do just by having the right breathing techniques. Okay, so it's called the box breathing technique. CIA agents use it, and I want to share it with you today. Okay, so what you do is, you just breathe in deeply for 4 to 5 seconds. Okay, breathe in as much as you can, and now hold for another 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now breathe out for 5 seconds. And now just stop for 5 seconds. Okay, let's do it one more time. Breathe in. Hold. Breathe out. And just breathe. Last time, breathe in. Hold. And breathe out. And wait. Okay. Now, please remember this before you sit for your exams. Maybe if you're having a fight with your boyfriend or your girlfriend, and you want to reply to a nasty text, and even when you're feeling stressed. I use this technique because with Akli, my board is a very interesting board. I know that the Nora faced many boards, but I have to paint him, right? You have to paint him, right? My board has 3 Tan Sri. Tan Sri Kevricha, Tan Sri Dasman, Tan Sri Chu. I've got 2 Dr. Sri, Dr. Sri Wong Chun Wai, and my latest board member is Dr. Sri Mustafa Muhammad. Some of you may know Topa, former minister, and I've got 2 Datos, Dr. Okechwa and Dr. Victor. And why it's very important is when you want to deal with people, the challenges of communication, and mind you, board members are very aggressive. They'll say, why the numbers like this? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? Having yourself in the right state of emotional regulation is something that's very important. The last point to this is why it's also very important is when you feel overwhelmed, influx of information, you need to know when to take a step back. And having the right physiological techniques is also part of it. I'm going to stop there because I'm hoping that you've got some chance to take questions if there is. But one thing I'd love to say is after this session, if you all would love to come over to RT, I would love to host your scholars as well. And do stuff, empower them with that as well. That's what it should be. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel, for the sharing in terms of how to maintain your calmness. So one thing that I also would like to share in relating to the breathing techniques. There is another phenomenon we call it amygdala hijack. Have you heard about it? Okay. So sometimes our brain is very fast wanting to respond to something. So wait for about 6 to 7 seconds, then only you respond to that situation. Sometimes our brain is very fast. It took about like a 0 for 1 second to say something that you wish you don't want to say. So there is another tip for you guys. Before responding, just wait until your brain, your prefrontal cortex take over the amygdala hijack. Okay, now we would like to open questions to the floor. And also for those who are watching from Zoom, you can also post your questions like Slideshow. Okay, any questions from the floor? Okay, gentleman over there.
Assalamualaikum and hi everyone. I am Kamal Alhaji from Ministry of Education. I've thought about 10 years in school before entering ministry, and in my second year at the ministry, and I'm from the Sud.
Hey, cool.
And only spoke to Sri Idris Yusof when he was in Auckland, like in my university as Maharajah.
Oh, nice.
And my question, hopefully everyone can answer. Many leaders agree on the importance of public and private collaboration. Yet the gap persists year after year, and I spoke this from my own personal experience as a public relation officer. From your experience, either Haji or Daniel or whoever from the panel, what uncomfortable truth do leaders on both sides need to confront if we are serious about closing this divide? I hope this is a safe space for this question so that I can listen with intention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. Daniel or Ranjit, who want to take the question? Okay.
Thank you. Nice to know you're in MOE and from Pursuit as well. Public-private partnership is really important, and I was very lucky because in my career I worked in many places. Just to kind of give you guys a quick rundown. I started as a lawyer, private. I was in the Ministry of Education and Higher Education, public. I joined an education technology startup in Malaysia and Australia, back to sort of private but startup. Then I joined Sunway Education Group, private. And in between, I had stints in the Ministry of Finance, public again. So in and out, in and out, in and out, right? I'm the unfortunate poster boy of a young-ish person who's kind of skips around companies. But that also opened my eyes to the importance of, if you're in the government, it's easy to say, saya kerajaan, saya tahu, I'm doing this demi rakyat, demi keselamatan negara, blah, blah, blah. You can get carried away with it so easily. But when you're in the private sector, you'll be like, look at how fast I am innovating. The government is slow. Let me do all of these things. Tak payahlah, that kind of thing. So the first point to this is you need leaders who have experienced both. Empathy is important. Working, for example, with Tengku Zafrul, he was one of the most brilliant people I've worked with because he came from a bank and then he transitioned into Ministry of Finance. So you see, the way he runs the ministry is almost like corporate. Friday is budget speech. Imagine you're doing every night till 2 a.m. in the morning, the budget speech. After the budget speech, most people will relax, pretty. Saturday morning, he was on a conference call with investors around the region to persuade them why Malaysia is a country that you should invest in, why our financial and fiscal situation is very strong. That's you see, so that is the mindset. And he's confident. He can talk to Reuters, CNBC, and all of that very, very, very well. He even gave me an opportunity to co-write the budget speech. And I was only, I think, 32 or 33 years old like that. But second, Dr. Nora here was part of this program called CEO and Faculty, started by Tan Sri Idris Yusof to bring corporate leaders into public institutions so that they can share their knowledge and share their mentorship. And this is maybe the lesson to all of you. There's no shortcoming for leadership and vision. If the leader doesn't create these programs, doesn't encourage it, it will not happen. So one of the things I'm trying to push now through AFLI, and AFLI is under the Jeffrey Shah Foundation, is to encourage, is to actually do more for the public sector. So this year, we've actually done a capacity building program with JDA. Last year, we did some with Intan. The idea is I want to open my ecosystem to them so that they can come and learn and grow together. So it has to be a win-win for both, but this is where leadership happens, and I hope this helps some way. Government used to have something called cross-fertilization. I don't know whether it still exists. This is where you have people from the government join private companies. I was talking to a friend yesterday, he's a young officer, and a lot of young PTDs are leaving government because they're getting jaded by the system. And I said, you need to bring back public-private partnership so that young officers from government have more opportunities in the private sector. Yeah, so I hope that helps answer.
I think the dichotomy between government and private sector has got to be reduced. That's my first response. You see, there is commonality between why these two sectors exist, unless you don't want to see the commonality. What is that commonality? Is to serve the people, to serve the public, right? I'd like to share with you a story of quite a character, Konosuke Masushita. Now, he was, a becoming Japanese entrepreneur, working very hard to develop the brand Masushita and a solid national techniques. Those are the brands under Masushita, right? Now, one day he got tuberculosis. Then he was grounded for a few months. Then he, because he could not be involved in the operations anymore, and he started reflecting, hey, there must be something more than just chasing money and making products, So why do we exist in the first place? Then he said, and then he got this realization. Matsushita should exist to serve the people. Okay? It is not that we make television or we make washing machine, but we make free time for the mothers, so that the mothers will have more quality time with the kid. Okay. You guys don't know this, but 20, 30 years ago, everybody, the television is like there's the bonding time for the family, right? So when we have television, it will help, families to come together, to watch the television together, enjoy the movies together whatsoever, in the comfort of their home, rather than going outside. So we serve a greater purpose than just making products and making money. Okay. And I thought that I am, by the way, an adjunct professor at one of the private university, one of the private universities, and I was given the responsibility of the social business. So I said, social business. To me, social business is a misnomer, because all businesses, in my books, should serve a social cause. If it destroys the social, social fabric, or it destroys the society, then that business should not exist. So in that sense, whether it's TNB or telecom or whatever, even copium, doing public research whatsoever, right? They all serve a purpose. A purpose to serve the public, the society. And if we have that in mind, right? Even me leading my own small consulting firm, right? I make it a point to remind everybody we exist to help transform the individuals, the organizations that we serve, and the society as whole. Okay? If we don't do that, then we have lost our purpose, right? So I think in short, what I'm saying here is, if everybody has got this mindset, then private and public partnership becomes very natural. Okay, it's not you are public, I am private. No. We both exist for a common cause. We should have that mindset as a society. We should have that mindset. If we do that, I think we can achieve much more than what we achieved.
Thank you, Negro Hadiana. Do you have any questions? Okay, one yang friend, yang depan dulu, then nanti gentleman at the back, and lady at the back. We take a few at a time. Okay. Okay, your question.
Assalamualaikum and hi. My name is Safina Amira. I'm a water scholar, second year in Bachelor in Cybersecurity at University of National Bintan. So my question is regarding to our purpose. We are supposed to find our purpose, and I know throughout our journey, especially as a students and youngsters, I'm pretty sure there are a lot of external factors that somehow throughout our journey would sway our purpose towards something else. So I want to know from our panels, what were your journey towards finding your purpose and how do you retain that in your heart?
Okay, the first question is how you guys find your purpose. Okay, next question, gentleman at the back.
Hi, Assalamualaikum. My name is Rai Shahni and I'm from University Putra Malaysia, YT1 scholar. So I'm quite relieved what Haji said just now, how Malaysia has a culture of yes man or yes boss. However, one thing we can deny is how the system happened, because we do have a lot of boss or maybe a lot of figure who didn't want to accept a criticism, or maybe they didn't want to accept another point of view. So the question is, as a future worker or maybe a future leader, how can we ensure that something that we want to critique or maybe something that we want to give a view are not going to affect our career? Because we are not going to be directly after grad to be boss. We need to have a pathway. So how can we ensure it's not going to affect our career? Thank you.
Okay, second is on delegating critics feedback to the organization. One more question from Lady over there.
Yes. All right, a very good morning to the panelists and to everyone here. My name is Aida Christina. I'm a second year law student at University Malaya, and I am a Watan scholar. So currently I am holding the director position of the UN for City, which is a student-led organization that promotes constitutional literacy. And holding this leadership position, along with any other leadership position, comes with the very heavy responsibility of decision making. So my question is quite simple, but I think the answer is rather complicated or harder to find. So the question is, how do you know if you're making the right decision for your organization? Thank you very much.
Okay, how do you know that you're making right decision for your organization? So, Lady Felicia, you want to respond first?
Yeah, I can start answering some of the questions. I think the first one was about purpose and passion and how do you sort of find or even stay true to it, right? I think there's this misconception that passion and purpose comes to you. You may think that people wake up one day to be very passionate about something, but I don't think that's true. Just like how a skill is something that you work towards. You will not know what are you truly passionate in unless you get yourself dirty to it. So one of the advice that was given was actually, for someone who actually wants to start something, my advice would be to go and actually try. Similar organization to really go and learn before you actually want to do it. A lot of times, passion is not something that you wake up and then you start to realize. It's things that you try out. So you must be curious, you must be willing to learn, willing to fail, in order for you to really find something that is worth pursuing. Same with me, right? I graduated from LSE, which is a very much university that is so focused on career, making investment banks. I would never thought of myself being in education. That was never something that I thought I would be passionate. But because I tried out and do something different, it then made me realize this is. And I honestly, I wake up many days thinking like, this is my true calling. As much as I loved mathematics growing up, as much as I was very good at mathematics, but every day the work that I do made me realize this is what I want to do. This is the thing that carries me forward every day. So you have to go out and try it. If not, you will never find a passion. You will never wake up one day and say, this is something I truly want to fight for. What was the second question? I think how do you know you're doing how do you give feedback? So I wanted to answer this because my cohort in Teach for Malaysia, we are one of the cohort that was very forward with a lot of things that we want to say. We got the Teach Malaysia management team together and we sort of started like a town hall to give feedback on the program itself because we felt that many things were bad. But at the end of the day, right, well, it's a bit about what Dr. Nora was saying. Your intent has to be right. When you want to give feedback, when you want to critique, when you want to say something, it must be because you want to improve that thing. You should not give feedback or critique just for the sake of it. You should not be doing it just so that people see you as someone that, oh, this guy is thinking or whatever. You must have the intent that you want to improve that thing. So that intent is very important. If you're coming from the right place, if you're saying, okay, I want to give feedback on this because I genuinely think if we were to try this, the process would be much better, then by all means, have the conviction to then share that feedback and do it. You should not do it if you're just trying to show something. It must be because you want to improve. While we were vocal, we genuinely wanted to improve. We genuinely wanted to improve the fellowship. We wanted to improve that program. And so that's very important. And it goes back to that, how do you know you're doing the right thing, right? If your intention is right, you will never know, when you make the decision, you will never know whether it's the right one. But you must do it with research and intention and conviction that you are doing everything that you can to make sure that it's the right move. And once you do it, you must then have the humility to admit if it is not necessarily the best way, but how do we then move forward? When you make a decision, you will never know if it's right. But you must put in enough effort, research, and intent to make sure that it's the best to make in that.
All right. Thank you for those three very good questions. I'll start with reverse. How do you know you're making the right decision? I think the easy answer is feedback. Leaders must be open to feedback and create mechanisms for it. You need to build a sense of empathy. Some indicators are this. Number one, your people stay and they don't leave you. Or if you are part of a student leadership body, people go, sudah, sebut kerja tak diterima, then you walk away from it like dramatic. Second is stakeholders give positive feedback. The people you're supposed to benefit will say, thank you so much for doing this. They may not understand it at first, but they might eventually. And the third is society benefits. That's what Najiyada mentioned. If your niyat is right, you will benefit people. And constantly going through that feedback loop is really important. Okay. So the question on how do you encounter criticism by Reshami, right? So thanks, I love your question. So Reshami, it's a very good point because the Professor Hofstad's power distance index, look it up, the PDI, power distance index. Kat Malaysia ni, tidak ada yang bahagia. Yang bahagia Dato' Insinyur, yang bahagia Dato' Insinyur IRTS. And the moment you don't say one of the four, the person might get very offended. You forgot the town planner, TPR. But some of you didn't even know there's such a thing. And that one has been something I've been grappling with as I sort of rise rank. one of the ministers who's very famous, Tuan Teja, Khairi Jamaluddin, doesn't have any. He's Tuan Khairi Al-Muqdin. So sometimes people say, Dan, Dato' hari nanti, you nak ambil Dato' tak? And I say, Allah, kalau KJ tak ambil, cuma tak pernah ambil. And I think there's some sense of humility behind it, right? I mean, it's someone who was leading the Ministry of Health at the height of COVID during the vaccines. He's not taking something of that sort, and I'm sure it's been offered. It's for me also to ask myself, in relation to that, right, when I was in government, whether you're married or not, for a woman, you call them Puan, for a man, it's Encik, and you must always have that prefix. Whereas in the private sector, I don't even call my professors in my institutions as professor, I just call them by their first name. That is cultural. So I think as a society, we have to ask ourselves how much we cherish or value this as a power thing. And if things need to change, leaders must play a role. During Pemandu's time, under Dato' Sri Idris Jala, you'll remember that protocol was very much reduced. He'll just say the most senior person in the room, and then the second line was all protocols observed. So tak payah sebut panjang-panjang, 10 orang dalam senarai, kind of thing. And that was slowly, but now dah patah balik. Okay, but I think we need to change that. There is a practice you can put, and it's called the 3-lens practice, right? The first lens is when you want to speak to someone, what is the reverse lens? Before you criticize them, put yourself in their shoes and ask yourself, why did this person say something about me, right? And try to rationalize what they think. The second is the long lens. In 6 months from now, will this really matter, right? Especially if you want to criticize, or if someone is criticizing you, okay, this is what you look at it. The third lens is the wide lens. How does this criticism affect my sense of purpose? And it goes back to whether your sense of purpose is strong. If your sense of purpose is strong, I've actually told my kids this before. Even if you are not wrong, it's okay to say sorry. If it allows you guys to move forward together, not all the time, it's bergantung pada keadaan. So that's criticism. And last but not least, to Afrina's question on how do you find purpose. Perhaps I'll just tell a very quick story. One of my students used to be this guy called Ted Tade. Some of you may have heard of him before. Some of you may wonder whether I related to him. Short answer is no, I'm not. From the last guy. And no, I do not know what's going on in Switzerland. Please do not ask me. But there's one person that I knew had a very clear sense of purpose. I've known him since he was 14 or 15 years old. We recruited him or tested him to join ILMU as a debater. And from the very start of his time in university, he always wanted to be a politician to benefit the country. He said, I will study law, but with my end goal of doing politics. And in order to achieve that, he knew he had to study, but he also knew he had to take tough decisions that could have been a threat to both his life, his purpose, earning capacity, and all of that. Now, whether you agree with his politics or not, that's a separate matter in this conversation. The point here is, when you know that you have your sense of purpose, you commit to it. And if everybody agrees with you all the time, then perhaps you're not doing something enough or something right. And if you feel empty, that also is a sign that you're not fulfilling your sense of purpose. With Sadiq, I don't know how he feels nowadays after the various court cases and all that, but now I suppose he's on the verge of finding love, so maybe that will enhance his sense of purpose and service moving forward.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. For Tuan Haji, I have a question from online audience. So the question is, I have noticed that top management and leaders are often out of touch. How can we keep them connected with the grassroots communities they serve? Perhaps maybe by electing individuals with a lot of experience.
Yeah.
How do you connect the leaders with the grassroots community that they serve?
I think it's also related to some of the question that was mentioned this time, right? Giving feedback, etc. In general, I think, in Malaysia, okay, I start with this. Sometimes it's not what you say, it's how you say it. There was a story of, a king who dreamt that, he and the queen, fell into a river. And then, he was saved, but the queen just disturbed away. So he called, the people who can interpret the dream. And then, and one of them was very confident, say, oh, very simple. It means that the kid is going to drive very soon. What? So his head was, separated from the body, right? And then, so everybody feared of giving feedback to this kid, right? But one was very wise, so he was called and then, well, how do you interpret this dream? Oh, Tuanku, it just means that, you live a very long life, longer than the queen. Same message, same message, yeah. But the king said, oh, very good. So sometimes it's not what you say, it's also how you say it. Criticisms are best managed. Feedbacks, you want to give feedbacks, they are best managed if you depersonalize them. You know what I mean? Okay, let me give an example. Okay, your boss gives us, preparing, you are supposed to prepare a paper, and the boss came up with some stupid ideas. And you know it's stupid, you check with your friends, it's stupid, right? And then your friends say, this is stupid because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So, okay, boss, so this is how you give feedback, right? Oh, I've already prepared what you asked me to prepare. If you do not mind, sharing with you, I'm going to be the one implementing this. If we, in the process of doing this, we get feedback from people saying that this idea is not good because of this. What would be your response? See, you are depersonalizing this. Boss, your idea is not very, very smart. That is personal. I think your idea is not very smart. That's personal. You, right? But it's not if the feedback is like this, how do you respond to this? Okay, if they say like this, how do you respond to this? At the very least, you have highlighted again, of the vulnerabilities of these ideas. And so you have done your responsibility. Finally, it's going to be accountable, right? Now, I also want to give you back about, what is your true calling, your sense of purpose. To me, your true calling has got to fulfill, for me, has got to fulfill a few criteria. One is, back to what I said just now, is what I'm doing going to bring an impact to the society, to myself, to the society and so on. Number two, okay, am I good at it? I might be passionate about it. The third one is passion. Third one is passion. Okay, so you need to have, the impact, the passion, and the competency. If you can marry all these three, then it will be very good. If you are good at teaching and you love teaching, and you feel that by teaching you can benefit so many students. That's it. But maybe I'm not a very good teacher, but I'm a very good organizer. I can organize 100 teachers to go out and teach and bring impact to tens of thousands of students. That is my competency. I'm passionate about that. That is my calling. Not to be a teacher, to be the organizers of teachers, to be the manager of teachers, etc. On the question about what is how do you know you have made the right decision? Sometimes you don't, sometimes you don't. But when at the point of making the decision, okay, back to what is the purpose of making the decision? Okay, I am guided by the impact. Okay, in Arabic terms they call it ubah. What is the in economic terms they call it utilities. How do you maximize utilities? Or the economists who know that, all right? Okay, number two. Okay, I would ask, am I being fair? Again, do I in the process do I take other people's rights? Okay, and then number three, is the process correct? Is the way of doing things correct? If my intention is good, right? But I will, for example, my intention is good. But by doing so, okay, I breach the mandate, or it goes beyond my my discretionary authority limits, then I am, that decision is wrong, or I cannot make that decision. I have to get somebody to to endorse that decision. For example, DHL, they always say that they pride themselves. DHL stands for dua hari lapan. No, just kidding, right? So they pride themselves. Okay, we always send the things on time, etc. But there was this case whereby this guy, for whatever reason, this parcel, important parcel, is not going to reach that person, the destination in this within the stipulated time. So he made the unilateral decision of hiring a helicopter and sending. Okay, the boss said, okay, commended him for taking a proactive action, but also reminded him, okay, it is not your, you cannot make such a unilateral decision. Okay, this time around, okay, it's all right, but don't do this all the time. There's somebody else has got to make that decision. So sometimes, okay, whilst the intention is good, okay, the process of making the decision, whether it is being brought, okay, when you guys okay, then you have to make a decision. This is committee level, and then after the committee level, to management level. After the management level, you've got to go to your company's board level. So actually, the company's board level also cannot make such decisions because the group board levels are got to make such decision. So okay, we might not like all this, but they are there for a reason. All these things are there for a reason. So in short, sometimes you make decision, you've got to understand, okay, whether whether the decision is making the greatest impact, positive impact as per desired. Number two, are we trading on other people's rights? Are we doing within our rights? Right? And then number three, the way of doing things also needs to be there. Okay, and then after that, tawakkal ala Allah. So leave it to God, and we make mistake, you learn from it. But there's no right or wrong. Sometimes not right or wrong decision as such, but it's just that sometimes some decisions are right, but the timing is wrong. So, the last one is also awlawiyat. I need to say prioritization. Okay, you think that you might be making I missed that point, yeah. You might be making a decision and you think it's right. Sometimes it's right, but is the priority right? Okay. I saw a video of how somebody spent so much money making sure that the duck could have its wings attached back and can function as normal. But I was thinking how many children without legs and limbs in some other countries that they're not attended to. That maybe you are making the right decision to help this animal, but is it the priority? Sometimes you've got to also answer that question. It's not about right or wrong, whether it is the right thing to do at that point in time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Tuan Haji, and also Daniel. Thank you all panelists for your wisdom and also generosity in sharing your experiences with our scholars and audience today. To our scholars and alumni here today, leadership is not a title you inherit. It is a responsibility, amanah you grow into. Purpose is not something you find overnight. It is something you refine through choices, challenges, and reflection. With that, I hope today's conversation inspires each of us to lead with greater clarity, courage, and commitment to Malaysian futures. Thank you. Please have over to you. So repeat apa yang dah telah kita dengar ini.
Thank you. Thank you, Shazvi. And thank you to our moderator again and our panelists for an engaging and thought-provoking discussion. Before we proceed, may I invite all panelists to remain on stage for a photo session.
Hi.
Thank you again to our moderator and the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a coffee break for 5 minutes. You may also bring in your food and beverages to your liking. Kindly be reminded that the program will resume promptly at 11:58 a.m. Please return to your seats on time. Thank you. Please be reminded that the session will be continuing shortly. Remain seated. We will commence soon. Thank you. The second session is called Leadership in Action, Insights from Changemakers Shaping the Future. This is an expert sharing session which focuses on practical leadership lessons, real-world challenges, and actionable insights that participants can apply immediately. The speakers for this session are as follows. The first speaker is Yang Ursula Dr. Azrudi Mustafa, founder and managing director of Clean Energy Expeditions Berhad Synergy, and he is a Kazana Global alumnus. The second speaker is Yang Ursula Dr. Rashidi Muhammad, a consultant in family medicine and senior lecturer in the University of Kebangsaan Malaysia, and he is also a Kazana Watan alumnus. And the third speaker is Mr. David Chiu Hong Liang, an AI research engineer at Payments Network Malaysia, PayNet, and he is also a cousin of ILMU. May I invite our speakers to the stage to share their expert sharings. Another announcement I'd like to make is we would like to inform the speakers that each speaker is designated 50 minutes. So starting with Dr. Azriti Mustafa, you may begin.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim and good morning everyone. One Hidayah, thank you and all protocols observed. Thank you everyone for being here, especially the participants, colleagues. So my name is Azriti. So I think forward to share one of my passions. So one of my passions is basically on the topic of energy. A little bit about myself. I did my bachelor's degree in electrical power engineering in Canada under the scholarship of Yayasan Tenaga Nasional. And then I served Tenaga Nasional for about a decade, over a decade basically. And then I continued to do my master's. And at that time, the course that I took was nuclear science and technology. And basically, I was completely out of depth. I couldn't imagine myself studying this course, taking this course, but I challenged myself. I am so fearful of nuclear energy that I need to learn it, and I don't want to learn it from rumors, from news, from media. I wanted to learn it properly. I needed to take an academic course on nuclear science and technology. So I did, but I couldn't find any sponsors. Finally, British Cheerleading agreed to sponsor me to do that study, so I did. And when I came back, I went to Tenaga Nasional. I helped them set up the new nuclear energy unit in Tenaga Nasional. And basically in 2010, 2009 to 2010, we started the pathway for Malaysia, the journey to develop to deploy nuclear power in Malaysia. And then in 2011, Fukushima happened, and basically everything was cancelled. So that's when I decided to do a PhD study on how to prevent nuclear accidents from ever happening again. And that's basically my PhD thesis, how to prevent nuclear accidents from ever happening again. It's because of the Fukushima. But that is the method. Today I'm going to share with you the intent. Why do this at all? And so when YK Yasana asked me to do a talk today, I came up with the topic of what it is that drives me. It's energy, man, and environment. Next slide, please. So you see in the news, there are a lot of concerning headlines. People, sorry, there's a lot of animation. I was hoping I would be able to control it myself, but now we have to be careful. You'll have to bear with the next, please, next, please. So we know about the issues in the world today: frequent flooding, haze, and pollution, electrification. We want to electrify everything, starting with vehicles and reliability and security of
our supply, especially you guys are quite young. You probably never experienced blackouts, energy blackouts before. We did. We experienced a lot of blackouts in the past, but the electrical system, the peninsula, our grid actually is quite mature now. You probably hardly experience blackouts, and if you do, it's probably around 15 minutes duration. In the past, when I worked in Tenaga National Berhad, blackouts would last 6 hours, 4 to 6 hours, and I'd be there. There will be a cable, and then underground cable inside the roads. There will be a rain, there will be flooding, and one of the cables would have shorted, and we'd be digging the ground, finding where first we need to hire a specialist to find out where the short happened, and we need to dig. And then while we're digging, we'll find the cable. We need to cut the cables in sections. We need to remove this section. So we need to make two holes. I was in one of the holes, and started to rain again. So we had someone to bring us an umbrella while we're doing all the cutting of the cable, trying wires. We had to get some. We had to carry umbrellas, and then the public would come by and say, "Wah, apa lah tu orang kat dalam tu?" And aku lambat sangat ni. Yeah, I wish you could do faster, but it is what it is. It's huge cable, enormous cable, 7 strands inside, and that's in the city. But in the villages, you have orang kampung come by, and they'll offer us and they go, "Nak naik ke?" So it's different working in an urban environment and working in the suburban and also in the rural areas of Malaysia. So that's the blackout lasts until we can repair the cable. That's how long a blackout should last. But it still takes the same amount of hours right now to repair a cable. But the difference is your electrical grid is so mature that if you have a blackout, it's this section, you can now restore supply. If you're in this section, this area will still have power. This is where the fault is. This is where you experience blackout. Now you can inject supply from the other side within 15 minutes or 50 seconds. And so those people will have power. Now we can isolate only this section has no electricity, and we perform repair there. Nobody else experiences blackout. So your blackout is about 15 minutes in Peninsular Malaysia normally, unless something bigger happens. So, but all this work, all this redundancy, it creates a rise in electricity tariffs, a rise in electricity costs. And when electricity tariffs increase, it causes deindustrialization. It's because industries will say, if electricity costs this much in Malaysia, I'd rather relocate somewhere else. I'd rather go to Vietnam. I'd rather go to Thailand. I don't want to pay this much. I pay so much in electricity to melt metal for my industrial process. So that's deindustrialization. Our economy suffers. Next slide. So the consequence of today, as you know, is climate change. So for centuries, atmospheric carbon dioxide has never reached that line, the yellow line. Now it's this level. Yes. So, but when we talk about energy, we're not only talking about electricity. Energy is energy. It's thermal energy, for example, that industries use. So if you look at this chart, electricity is only that portion of there. So that's generated by solar, by nuclear, by hydro, wind, geothermal. They only generate energy. They only generate energy for electricity generation. A lot of energy that we consume are non-electricity generation. That's for thermal heat, for example, coal and gas and other fossil fuels, petroleum. They go to transportation, industries, and commercial. Only a small portion of electricity goes to power industries and conventional industries. That's talking about your steel mills, your aluminium smelting plants, and so on, and your mining services. Next, please. All right, so what are the forms of energy? We're not critical of, but energy, as you know, it cannot be created, nor can it be destroyed. Energy is basically the ability to cause change. So the living environment, it collects energy from the sun to become concentrated energy reservoirs. So solar power, solar energy, it's everywhere. It's around, it's dilute. Plants or biological life, what they do is they concentrate this solar energy into, for example, a plant that gets eaten by animals, and the energy is then stored in the animals. That's why when you consume, for example, an animal, you get higher energy density than you would have if you consume the fruit. It will last you probably longer because the environment has collected that energy for you. And the Earth's natural flows is driven by the spinning Earth. Because the Earth spins, you create day and night cycle, warm and cold cycles, and this drives the nature's flows, for example, winds, currents, ocean currents, and so on. And also the moon. The moon is driving turning the tidal axis around the Earth's so you have high tides, low tides, and so on, and that also drives the primary energy flows on the Earth. And then remember that also all matter that is on Earth, heavier than iron, were created inside exploding stars. Our sun is a star. Our sun has not exploded yet, I hope. We only know 7 minutes. So it takes 7 minutes for the light from the sun to come to Earth. So at least 7 minutes ago, the sun is still there. But remember, everything on Earth that's heavier than iron, it's actually made inside exploding stars. The sun is not able to create any elements higher than iron. So that all that elements that have come to the Earth, they're actually made so far away, and it took them so long to get here. And what we have here on Earth is finite, still generated by those stars, and we probably won't be able to replenish them. So next, please. So in the past, our first engine is the human body. This is how we make things happen. We use our body, we use tools, and then we feed our engine with energies which is stored solar energy that we consume as calories. But however, even living by this, we still damage the environment slightly, not that much, but still we damage environments. And then we move to agriculture. So domestication provides predictable calories. So we had access to calories, but they were not predictable because, well, a deer can run from us. Cows can run, well, I hope we can chase cows, but deer can run from us while we're hunting, but because we domesticated them, a lot of farm animals, now energy becomes reliable. Before they were available, but not reliable. Now they're available and reliable. And also irrigation drove agriculture expansion and provides manageable control. Next, please. And then we had our first energy multiplier. We discovered the fire. So fire is the first moment humans had to manage energy flows. We learned how to boil water. And this is very, very important because if we were to drink, if the ancient people were to drink only river water, they'll be engulfed in bacteria the load of bacteria that they have to face or overwhelms their natural immune system. And this is why people in the past consume alcohol because bacteria couldn't live in alcohol. So people used to drink alcohol. They didn't know how to boil water because it was not necessary. It was only when the West took coffee from the Arabian lands during the Crusades, they took it back to Europe, and they had to boil water to make coffee. And then basically they realized that they survived longer than they would have if they continued drinking alcohol. And only after that, they had the Renaissance after learning. After that, we managed to decouple. We learned how to that thought, why is it that coffee is healthier than alcohol? It's not the coffee, it's the boiling of water. You live longer because of that. So also, we learn how to shape things with fire. So fire requires energy though. We use fossil fuel, we use wood to create fire, but it managed to make us human beings learn how to change our environment. So molecular energy, this is the time when we surpass our biological limits. Before this, everything we depended on human strength to move things, to create things, to lift things. It's all human strength. But with molecular energy, starting from coal is much higher concentrated density of energy than wood. And this basically is liberated human beings from cycles, from solar cycles like day and night and seasons. So now we can work, we can breathe, not just during the day, but also during the night. We can go outside and have tremendous quality of life at night because we have lights and we have heating, which the previous generations couldn't have access to. And also, so at the bottom, that's a chemical chain for diesel. You see all the C's there, that's carbon. And when you break those chains, you release carbon, carbon combines with oxygen, and they create CO2, which is the greenhouse gas. And that's one of the issues we have now. So fossil fuels, they provide freedom and independence, they boost quality of life, but at a cost that we would have to pay later, probably now, next week. And then there's nuclear energy. It's the highest concentrated energy density known to man. Instead of breaking the molecular chains, the binding between atoms, create molecules, now we're breaking the binding energy within the atom itself. And this process does not require carbon. It's purely the nucleus of the atom itself. We're breaking the binding chains, and with the E equals to mc squared, the mass change from breaking the molecular binding energy, you create a tremendous amount of E equals to mc squared, C is 300,000, it's squared, and that's the E that you get. So that's why 1 kilo, that's 10 grams. That's about the size of your pencil eraser. It contains as much energy as 1 ton of coal, and all the other numbers that you can see on the screen. That's the amount of energy that it has that you can access without emitting any carbon dioxide, without emitting any pollution that cause acid rains and others. So, and it requires an unbelievably small land footprint, freeing land for agriculture, rainforest, and wildlife. This is quite important because we live in an area where land is important because it's only in our region on the earth that we have deep rainforests, large biodiversities, and we can plant so many things. So that is the guilt. The guilt is all the advanced countries, they use a lot more energy, they consume a lot more energy. If we want to live at that kind of level, we would also need to consume a lot more energy. If the developing countries or the underdeveloped countries want to live at the same level that the developed countries have, they will also need to consume energy. Higher quality of life is enabled through the use of more energy. That's your water pumps, clean water pumps, your medical equipment, laptops and computers, AI, and on. Electrification, electric mass transport. These are only made available if we consume more energy. And towards the future, we're probably going to be able to 3D print meat instead of slaughtering an animal. We probably could make meat just by combining the proteins together with the cheese, and that's going to consume
consume more electricity as well. But that relieves the people who live in poverty, because now they will, in the future, they will have access to meat that they probably won't be able to afford right now when meat is made scalable and abundant. The problem is, the more electricity you consume, the more CO2 you emit. And this is the coupling that brings us together, brings this problem to us today, next week. So we can see, there is a strong coupling between productivity measured in GDP in this chart and electricity consumption. So the blue line is your electricity consumption. The purple line is your productivity, your national productivity measured in GDP. When you consume a lot of electricity, your GDP increases, and you see that that drop, squiggle during the COVID times. When consumption of electricity drops, your GDP productivity also drops. Sometimes it's delayed. For example, in the case of Italy, your GDP still increased even though your consumption has dropped. But after that, you can see that it is still coupled. Next week. But it is possible to decouple this guilt. So you can see in Malaysia, top right corner, the blue line is your electricity consumption. The orange line is your CO2 emissions. So in Malaysia, you can see that it is pretty much coupled. The more you consume, the more CO2 you emit. In China, you can see the trend lines. You've seen enormous improvements post 2005 in China, where they started moving from coal to gas and to renewables. But it's still very much coupled. You can see that by the trend lines. And then in Canada, you see that they deployed their emissions increased a lot in the 1980s, 1990s. And then it slowly dropped, not slowly, it quickly dropped down when they deployed nuclear power and renewables and transition to gas. You see that they're starting to decouple their CO2 emissions and their GDP. In France, their country is powered 75 to 82% nuclear power. You can see how they decoupled their CO2 emissions and their electricity consumption. And in fact, you might think that the coupling happened where the two lines match, but actually not. They actually decoupled in the 70s. This is how it actually looks like. In the 70s to 80s, that's when they were coupled. 134. Yeah, that one. So just look at France. So actually they coupled in the 70s. In the 80s, they deployed nuclear power. That's when they went from 10% nuclear power to 82% nuclear power. And now the two charts are not coupled anymore. I don't even have to draw the trend lines. You can already see that electricity consumption and CO2 emissions do not have to be coupled. They can be completely independent actions. So humans, we feel the guilt. The more electricity we use, the more harm that we cause the environment. That's what we think. But our goal should not be to use less energy. It should actually be to use less dirty energy. We should consume more energy to be able to access future technologies to build a better world. So instead of these three elements fighting against each other, you can only choose two out of three. Instead of doing that, maybe, so maybe all these elements can work in harmony together by deploying clean energy generators to power the world, empower humans to do better, and at the same time will not harmfully impact the environment. Next, please. Yeah, so hopefully there will be a new page, story of humanity. Our story is the journey of managing energy from calories to fire, from molecules to atoms. Now, for the first time, we can grow energy without growing harm.
Our task is not to retreat from modernity, but to anchor power with humanity. Next, please. And then that's all for my sharing this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Dr. Azrili Mustafa for sharing your helpful insights. We now move on to Dr. Rashidi Muhammad to share his insights.
Assalamualaikum and very good afternoon. I think it's like everybody's here speaking when this session will finish. So I try to make it quick. Just as a disclaimer, I also did not have any blackouts and all that, so I guess I'm much simpler when I blackout. Right. Okay. My name is Dr. Rashid, consultant physician, primary care physician in UK. And I'm a one-time scholar. I did my PhD in something which is very close to me. It's because of the environment that I grew up, and I found that there was a gap, there is a need. That's why I decided to do something about it. So my PhD is psychiatry. And I talk about psychiatry, everybody will be down. Don't have they didn't see me, don't have an eye contact and all that. Don't worry, I'm not going to diagnose you whether you have depression or some form of any mental health issues. But I'm pretty sure a lot of us have, especially those who have completed their PhDs. Yeah. So I'm going to talk about something important, which is very relevant because we are the scholars of Yayasan Osama and with Yayasan Osama as well. So it is leading with insight, cultivating transformational leadership for Malaysia's future. So how do we convert from scholarship to service? Next slide. Speak of a busy slide. Let's see how do I need to read it, right? Okay. Why do we need? What do we need to do after we have already obtained the scholarship and we have already gone through the studies and all? So it's actually a mandate. It is a mandate by the people. It is the mandate by those who rely on us to do good. And we have been chosen, and it is our responsibility to actually to give back. Okay? Our scholarship is not an endpoint. It's a launch pad to national contribution. And it is an investment of our life. People actually went through a lot of assessments before we have been selected, be given the scholarship so that we can pursue our dreams, pursue our studies, so that we can return back. Very importantly, I think there were like 4 or 5 psychometric tests and interviews, 2 or 3 interviews. Make sure whether you guys go through the sessions. You guys go through the interviews and psychometric tests and all that. Some of them was not even related to medicine, some of them was like my background is medicine and some was about physics as well. Physics was like in Form 5, Form 4, Form 5. And yeah, imagine what I'm doing that time. But I think that's something that I think I answered it correctly. If I knew me, I would have called you. Say, if you can please help me, but I doubt that you can also help at the time. Right. So it's a national vision, aligning our expertise with the shared prosperity vision of 2030 and the 12th vision plan. Okay? So the gap is to address any mismatch between graduate skills and the industry and the community. We see whether there is a necessity in the community or in the industry so that we can actually fill the gaps either with knowledge or with services. And finally, to build a progressive society which shall be oriented to modern science and technology under the Rukun Negara principles. Next slide, please. So, my journey, it came from theory to action, which is the service model, I would say. And then there was a transition involved, and finally I transitioned from primary care physician to an education expert. Now I'm doing completely something else. So, but it has it is related. It is related to one another, and the scholarship provides that. It provides a deep understanding of the topic which I did, which is the form of field of action. Okay? So the service provides breadth, the impacts across the sectors, and the model is about application. Whenever you study, whatever that you have embarked, it's about application, not acquisition. Meaning that you get your degree, you get your master's, you get your PhD. It's not because at the end of the day, go and tell people that I have a PhD, I have a degree, or I have a master's, I know better than you. I have been humbled many times, many times by people who I thought with my PhD, I could actually say that, okay, I did a PhD on this, and they turned out to be like, okay, I had more experience in this situation, so they knew better. So it's a learning process. Despite having the knowledge, despite having the training, we still get to learn from people. So from scholar to agent of change, it requires scholarship provides you with the knowledge. The service after you get from your scholarship, when you start practicing, it is the application and the change that you will do and the impact that you have. It is what we strive for. The scholarship is the one that acquire deep, specialized, and global knowledge. The how is the applying the expertise that you have gained, and the results is deliver tangible, measurable impact in the chosen sector. But I don't think you can see this, but let me read it out to you. So it could be an engineer leading in urban infrastructure development, or you can be an educator empowering youth through STEM. You can be an artist representing cultural heritage. You can be an athlete representing the country in a global field, or you can also be somebody who is providing breakthrough to science, in science, and making the country very proud, and a doctor providing services at the rural area. Yes. So the impact of your actions should be the sectors that you choose. This is an example where the person does an AI digital divide, identify whether there is any digital divides, then through scholarship, acquiring knowledge, finding out what are the gaps, and then conduct free upskilling workmanship or trying to train people, especially in the rural areas, so that they can be more IT literate and know what is keeping abreast with what are the things available. And finally, trying to get the government involved or any sectors involved so that we can upscale. Next slide. So the call to action is your personal pledge. Identify your expertise, choose your pathway, and commit in delivering impacts. That's what we have to do. Okay? Reflect on yourself. What is the most pressing problems in my field, in the country, or globally? Where can my unique skills of global exposure, specialized skills can be applied? You may not be in the country, maybe outside the country. Or you make yourself renowned, or people recognize you for the field, for the work that you have done, so that you can be a point of reference. You can be a consultant. Right? How will I measure the success of my service the next 3 to 5 years? So challenge the pledge. Define one project, one commitment, and one long-term goal that embodies your scholarship to service. So this is an example. Nowadays, it's no longer working in silos. For instance, a doctor has to collaborate with people from the IT, an engineer, to come up with new solutions. Okay? Collaborating with IT graduates to deploy telemedicine in rural Sarawak. This is very close because I worked in an environment where actually there's not even blackouts, there were not even electricity, the place that I worked. That was 50 years indirectly I will be my age. So I work in an environment where this is a funny story. I always tell this to my students, and would you like me to share with you the story? Yes, I do. So I was working in Sabah. I was a housemanship. I was the first houseman in Hospital Tawau. And then after that, I was called to Kota Kinabalu, and they interviewed me and said, "Would you like to work in an island?" My impression is that island is like Langkawi or Pangkor. Oh, okay. So they said, well, the island is very nice. It's like, it's in the middle of the ocean. And there is families going in and out. I said, oh, okay. Right. So, okay, I said, okay, I will. Then they were like, are you sure you want to go? Yes, yes, I will. Okay, once you go there, yeah, I want to go there. But once you go there, you cannot come up for the next 2 years. So, yeah, sure. Why not? First thing, and then when I went back to the place to that the island is called Pulau Bangki. Nowadays, it's very well developed, but at that time it was not that fantastic, I would say. So when I went to Pulau, I said, "Oh, can we get posted to Pulau Bangki?" They were like looking at me. I said, "What?" I said, "Yeah." You know where is Pulau Bangki? I said, at the time there was no internet. No, there was internet, but about the island, there was not much reading materials related to the island. So, then a ferry. Ferry is for 1.5 hours ride from Kudat to Pulau Bangki. First thing when I reached there was like super hot. It's like in the middle of the island, in the middle of the ocean. And it was like very close to Philippines. Extremely close. It's like too close to comfort that people from Philippines can actually come to watch football matches, like Manchester United. They come by boat to watch the match and then they'll go back on the boat itself. So it shows how supportive Manchester United fans are. So when I went there was like the quarters was nice. Quarters was like up to date. And when I turn on the tap water, there's no water. Where's the water? Oh, and then after that, I turn on the electricity. So there's no electricity. So what happened to the electricity? Oh, we only start electricity at from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Then we start back and then we turn on the generator from at night from 8 to 10. So only 4 hours of electricity. So what happens in between? We don't have any electricity. So that's even worse. So we are very relying on the generators. And what for water? I remember climbing up the big tanks, water tanks, whenever it's raining or it's got rain, opening up the tap so that I can collect water. So yeah, I went through that situation. So I realized that they were poor people who actually needed this service. The reason why they really wanted to send there because the last 2 doctors who were sent there only lasted for 1 week. Then they left. They went MIA. I don't know where they go. I stayed there for 2 years. I had so much fun staying there. Not showering also, it was fun. But yeah, but it also came very, very high risk violent because almost got kidnapped by Abu Sayyaf twice. Yeah, I had to like hide in the monsoon rain for 12 hours and go to And then I wanted to transfer, they didn't allow me. So nobody wants to go there. So that's the story. So thankfully I survived and I'm back there. But the thing is that these experiences gives us the ability to tell stories like this. When you go and tell people you had this experience and all that, not many people have that. So either you be the life of the party, or people will think that okay, you were pulling a fast one. It's just that we cannot prove it at the time. I mean, I had my MAs who likes to eat ipan tembaga. I don't know how on earth the guy eats ipan. But apparently he eats anything. It's like snakes, but it's in the middle of the island itself. There is snakes and ipan and crocodile. I don't know how the crocodile end up in the middle of the ocean. So all those are the experiences that I have gone through, and I like sharing all these things because these are memorable. They are very thought-provoking, and also so that I can share with people how the Malaysians were actually living in conditions which are very different from us. There are people who are at least 20 years behind what we have here, still right. So, yes. So what is the unique value to bring back to Malaysia? It's not just what the degree, it's the perspective, the network, and the solutions that we carry, and always have goal, always have your directions where you want to go. It could be small, like a mentorship, or a white paper writing for a policy to the country, or volunteer a project. But you have to start reading. Once you have graduated, you are now, I know some of you will be thinking like what's going to go next, where have you be employed, your livelihood, but always think beyond that. Once you get employed, try to use the knowledge that you gain. Next one. No, I think it's too short. Let's go second. Right. So choose your pathway. Right? Choose your path. Either you want to go into policy and governance, scholars who serve in the public sector, discuss roles in national policy formulations, think tanks, and translating complex data into effective governance. Next slide. So, get into industry and innovations, encourage technopreneurship, leverage international exposure for technology transfer, and get involved in businesses, or go back to the community, give back to the community and the grassroots. Detailed social impact like what we have, Sulam social learning Malaysia concept, and using expertise such as engineering, medical, or localized measurable community development projects. So I had all three. When I came up with the plan A, plan B, plan C, I decided I don't know which one to choose. So I did all. So I was involved in the government policy making, especially in tobacco because my PhD is on nicotine addiction. I developed the formulation for hair loss, something some of you might be very interested in. The guy who smiles most, I know he's interested. Then, so yeah, you can always what you have learned and whatever that you have learned right now. Remember that it's not stagnant. It is always fluid. You can always challenge yourself. You want to learn something new. You want to upscale yourself. For instance, you already have your PhD. So what's next? What can I do next? What can I do? You are doing your degrees. Maybe I want to do my masters. You're doing your masters. I want to do my PhD. After you reach your PhD, What am I going to do next? So when you keep on being busy, you try to upscale yourself, you're actually improving yourself. When you improve yourself, make your name, make yourself as a brand. Very importantly, sometimes when you are the brand, companies or the corporate or the government sectors, they know you by name, right? Because they know you by recognition, by qualification. I have people trying to locate the clinic that I'm doing for wellness. They couldn't find any details about the clinic. But then when they look up my name, then they come. Because your name carries value. Sometimes what we need to do, we need to build ourselves. When you build yourself, you build your surroundings, and you build your own person. So that's right. So yeah, so I've been living in lawyer homes. So that's because I never stop reinventing. Don't stop reinventing yourself. If you're a doctor, you can always do a business. If you're an engineer, you can do business. If you're a founder of a product or something, try to be more ethical, right? There are a lot of people who are not ethical when they are doing something. Next slide, please. So the Malaysia futures for pillars of change is about resetting the economy. There's always way to improve the government economy because there are always three tiers of people P40 and 20 and 40, T20, 9010, 95. I forgot how many T's we have now. So B40 now become B60 and 40 become N20 and T pun dah ada berbeza. So strengthening well-being, well-being, security and industry, and advancing sustainability. So it is what Yayasan Hasanah and Yayasan Hasanah is all about. It is about moving up the value chain for all the graduates, for all the scholars, driving the digital economy and AI adaptation. You go through the website Yayasan Hasanah, you can see all this. Bridging the income and regional disparity, enhancing quality of life, and promoting green growth and renewable energy, and also climate actions and environmental conservation. I think this is my last slide. The future of Malaysia is not a destiny to be waiting for, but a choice we must make through service. As we all know, investing in today's study for tomorrow's promise. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Dr. Rashidi Mohammed for sharing his helpful as well as valuable insights. Well, next we have our last speaker, Mr. David Chu, to come on stage to share his expert insights.
Yang berbahagia, para jemputan terhormat, rakan-rakan kepimpinan masyarakat, para penerima beasiswa Yayasan Khazanah, dan para alumni yang dihormati, serta sahabat-sahabat yang mengikuti sesi ini secara dalam talian. Pohon jati di tanah berdiri, teguh berdiri di lantai kayu. Ilmu dan amanah asas memimpin. Tindakan asas bangsa maju. Pantun ini bukan sekadar membuka bicara, tetapi peringatan bahawa kepimpinan hari ini menuntut ilmu, amanah dan keberanian untuk bertindak. Saya ingin merangkalkan penghargaan kepada Yayasan Khazanah atas jemputan ini dan atas usaha berterusan membina generasi pemimpin masa hadapan yang mempunyai kemahiran yang beraras tinggi dan berintegriti. Hadirin yang saya muliakan, izinkan saya meneruskan ucapan saya dalam bahasa Inggeris. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. I'm David Xu. Some of you may know me through YK events. I see a lot of my friends over here. And also from my projects, like my YK co-finder tool, which I released early this year, to help Yayasan Khazanah scholars identify bond-serving companies. A little background about myself. I graduated from my degree in AI a year ago in 2024. And this is now my 12th month as an AI research engineer at PayNet. So I guess you can guess that I love AI. So AI has been my passion since 2019 because I really love solving problems and I like taking technology and we fix our real life problems. So that just now we heard from Dr. Nora is that we just need to identify the frictions we have in our lives and reduce it, and we will get big impact from that. So with this passion and the purpose of giving back to society, being a blessing to the community, I've come up with those projects. All right. So next slide, a little bit about my company. So I'm in PayNet. PayNet is Malaysia's payments infrastructure. I believe everyone in this group has either heard of PayNet or used PayNet's products and services. May I have a quick show of hands? How many of us here scanned Do It Now QR code yesterday? Anyone who scanned QR code? Wow, I think everyone, right? And if you pick out your debit card, you see the word My Debit. That's also from PayNet. And if you pay your bills using Don'tPay, and if you do online shopping, you use FPX. These are all PayNet's products. And I'd like to thank you for supporting PayNet and for your product. So essentially, PayNet has enabled us to make digital payments instantaneously and seamlessly. And I'd like to share a fun statistic. In 2024, PayNet processed transactions worth 4 times Malaysia's GDP. So it's in the trillions. Can you imagine how many zeros are in that number? And therefore, we must be very reliable as a company, and trust is a key factor. So I'm currently in PayNet's Risk and Compliance Division, where we look into emerging risks. And one of them is AI. And of course, right now, AI is moving at a very rapid pace. Every week you read on the news, oh, there's this new model from OpenAI, or this new model from China. And there's now AI that can do shopping on your behalf. It can make transactions for you. So before we integrate AI into our products, it's very essential that we understand it well, look at the risk before we can implement it. Yeah. So it is my responsibility to identify the risk of AI and to find and create solutions to mitigate those risks. Yes, this is so that we can reap the benefits of AI without having it biting us in the back. Right. So today, I would like to share some insights and strategies to effective leadership. And many of the points that I'll be sharing is what we have heard early this morning and also this afternoon. Right. So leadership, it is not a position or title, but it is service. It is an active decision to put others first. And usually when we hear about leading a team, and we imagine a person with position, with title or authority, and this will be a person who gives the direction, will come up with a game plan or strategy, and will assign tasks to each member. But that's not the only form of leadership. And oftentimes, leadership comes in simple forms. Like I remember in my uni days, which is not too long ago, my team and I were staying up late at night, working on a project for a competition. I wasn't a group leader, I was just a member.
But as I was working together with my team, I could observe that there are some tension that was building up among the team members because it was very late at night. It's like 1, 2 a.m. in the morning, and everyone was also very hungry, and everyone wanted to give their best to prepare for the competition pitch the following morning. Yeah, so can you imagine what happens when they're all tired, they are hungry, and they're in a hurry? Well, I believe that spells a recipe for disaster, right? Yeah, so I pulled out my energy bars and I gave one to each team member, so that at least when the tummy is filled, there is reduced chances of hangriness. Yeah, so and it was also essential fuel for our brains that night. And thankfully, it was a peaceful night. And one thing, as they were eating the energy bar, I could see that their expressions went from like, they're so focused on their projects, they're frowning really. But as they're eating, and slowly even smiles. Yeah, so you see, we don't need a title, we don't need position, but as we make that choice to put others first, we can make great impacts. And by taking up the responsibility to gel the team together so that everyone works together as a team, this is effective leadership. And when we make the choice to give others higher, to nurture their growth, and when we put the needs of others before our own needs to achieve a corporate goal, that is servant leadership. And there's this saying, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go as a team. You know, success is more meaningful and impactful when it is achieved through teamwork. What I've shown you are just like simple actions we can take and apply in our daily lives, whether in uni, whether in the workplace, or even at home. And some may be wondering, what about leadership on a larger scale? How do we rally the community or the whole nation towards one goal, one common purpose, or one vision without a title, position, hierarchy, or appointed authority? How do we govern people with a common vision? And how can we lead in such a way that others are convinced and be compelled to follow? From my observation, I realized that most influential leaders around my life, those that I encountered, have this trait: authentic leadership. And here's the thing, the underlying principle applies to all skills. Principles and core values remain the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. So it is not what we say, but what we do. Leadership is action. We lead with our lives. Leaders are those who have implemented it themselves, outworked it, practiced it, before leading others. Because the power to change lives is in a changed life. And because we have lived through it, others will be able to see how we persevered through the tough times, the good times, for a greater purpose, for advancing our nation. And most of the time, when the leader walks the talk, people tend to be touched and they're inspired to embrace the vision, and they feel compelled to contribute. And to lead, we must first be led. I would like to emphasize the importance of having good mentors in our life. And mentors are those who have already gone ahead. They know the pitfalls, so that we don't have to repeat the same mistakes. And another thing I realized is that we are very blessed. We are able to climb higher, faster,
because we are standing on the shoulders of giants. Mentors help us see our blind spots and identify areas of improvement. Our mentors are not perfect, but we can always learn from both their strengths and weaknesses. And one of the things I learned from my mentor is to win by righteousness. Even if we lose, we can be rest assured that we have done our best and we did it the right way. Why am I saying this? Because of trust. In our society, trust is a precious commodity. When we look at successful companies in the domains of banking, healthcare, or education, it's all about trust. And if we want to lead in our community, in our nation, or globally, trust is the key factor to building a strong foundation for long-term, stable, and sustainable growth. Because we want to build something that stands the test of time. And trust is built through integrity. And integrity is unchangeableness in changeable times. It means standing our ground, sticking to purpose, and saying no. We will choose to do what is right, even when it is inconvenient. Even if we don't feel like it, we will walk in the path of righteousness, and we will uphold integrity. This is all for a greater purpose. Because when we have all these fundamentals established, and we combine it with our skills, opportunities for greater impacts will follow. I'm truly grateful for the privilege and trust from KNET as they are sending me to London for 3 months to be a visiting researcher at Imperial College Library, where I'll be collaborating with researchers at their AI security and privacy lab. This is all for a greater purpose, to drive Malaysia forward in responsible and secure adoption of AI. In conclusion, leadership begins with small, sincere choices to serve and to act with integrity and to grow alongside others. When we lead authentically, when we are guided by trust and humility, our collective impact multiplies. Together, step by step, we can build a future that lasts for our people, for our nation, and for the generations ahead. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. David, for sharing such inspirational and valuable words. As a reminder, if any of the participants have any questions, you may ask those to the respective speakers during the networking session. With this, thank you to all the speakers for sharing such meaningful and grounded leadership experiences. May I invite the speakers to come up on stage for a photo session. Thank you once again to the respective speakers. As we come close to today's program, we hope the conversations, reflections, and connections formed today will continue beyond this room. In addition, we encourage everyone to complete the feedback form, which will be shared shortly. Your honest input will help us continue
to improve and deliver meaningful learning experiences for our scholars and alumni community. Ladies and gentlemen, leadership, as we have heard throughout today, is not about only positions or titles. It is about purpose, responsibility, and sustained action. On behalf of Yayasan Kazana, we would like to thank all our speakers, panelists, moderators, scholars, alumni, and partners for your time, insights, and active participation. Give a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to lunch, may I kindly invite all speakers, panelists, moderators, scholars, alumni, and guests to remain in the hall for a group photo session. May I have all participants to stand up and move to the center? Thank you. Thank you everyone for your cooperation. We now invite all guests to join us for a networking lunch. This is a valuable opportunity to connect, to exchange ideas, and to strengthen relationships within the Kazanam community. With that, the Yayasan Kazanam ILMU Circle Kuala Lumpur and Alumni Connect 2025 has officially been entered. Thank you and have a wonderful afternoon.
To all participants, there is a lunch provided at the cafeteria at level 1. Thank you.
I think we will have two days. Okay. Join that as well.